think I missed a load of super chats last week as well.
Anyways, we are live, Jez. So everybody just heard what you said. You're missing things because you're so lonely in these past 2 weeks because you did the show by yourself. Even though I told you maybe you should get some guests to fill my spot, but we are here. We're back 100%. We got Jez Corden, Windows Central, correct? Still at Windows Central? Yes.
Yeah, for now.
For now.
Oh boy. Tough times in publishing, dude. Oh man.
And I've returned after 2 weeks. Ran a Thor 19, Man with the Million, and it's good to be back. It's good to be back. We got, there's stuff to talk about with the Dev Direct that Xbox has just put on, and reveals of what some of the games look like and stuff like that. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to getting back into the swing of things. So Jez can go from being talking to himself to sitting back and playing a video game while we do this podcast, which is normally what he's been doing for almost 400 episodes now, right? Right?
About 2/3 of them, maybe.
2/3. I think it's more than that.
There's sometimes where it's like there's not really a good game to play, because you can only play a certain type of game while podcasting. It's a game that's like completely mindless, doesn't have any dialogue, that kind of thing, right? And you do something that's like grindy. So like if I'm playing Valheim, maybe I'll use the time to grind and chop wood. But I'm not really playing any games like that at the moment. All the games I'm playing right now are games that you have to actually pay attention to, which sort of means that it's a hard life, bro. It's a hard life when you're playing story-driven games. You can't podcast and at the same time. But I'm sure I can get through it, Rand. I'm sure I can get through it.
I mean, I'm sure you can as well. If you had to guess the game that you played the most while podcasting, what would it be? Overwatch 2? Probably, right?
It's between Overwatch and Warcraft, probably. Because they're the only two games where you can really grind and not really pay that much attention. I often wish like I was into Forza or something like that.
Where you could just drive.
I feel like Forza would be a good game to play while podcasting, just driving around, I don't know. Yeah, it's probably Overwatch or Warcraft. But sometimes Diablo, grinding Diablo, but Diablo season's over right now. I've been playing I've been finally putting proper hours into Death Stranding.
Ooh, yeah, because they fixed the save issue that you complained about.
They fixed the save issue.
They added it to Game Pass.
They did.
Which I guess is kind of surprising, although maybe not really, because it was on Game Pass on PC a couple years ago.
Yeah, it was.
And it is 505 Games that is publishing it. This, for not Sony themselves. So I guess maybe it's not too surprising.
Part of me was like, they were like, please fix this bug. If you fix this bug, we'll put it on Game Pass. Something like that. Because this Death Stranding on Xbox Play Anywhere, specifically on the PC version, the save system didn't work. So you'd save the game, and then it would get stuck, and then you wouldn't be able to save it again until you've restarted the whole computer. I don't know why. I don't know exactly what was causing that bug, but it's just the reason why the game's got 2 out of 5 stars on Microsoft Store because of people bitching about that. But thank God they fixed it. They finally fixed it. So now it's like one of the best games for Xbox Ally. It runs like a dream, even on low power settings, so you get the maximum battery life. It's a fantastically well optimized game. So I've been really getting into it. I've gotten quite far now. I'm grinding hard. Actually, maybe I could grind in Death Stranding. I've been grinding. I've been trying to grind metal to build that bloody road. The road. A lot of this. I've been the second map. And I've just been grinding to build this road. It's a vibe, man. I really, really enjoy it.
Yeah.
But I've also been playing Final Fantasy VII Remake Integrate on Xbox. Again, it'll be the 4th time I've gone through it now.
Hey,
I've gone through it on literally every platform.
So every single hit is 9,999 damage, so you could get through it super fast.
And I've got a bone to pick with that, Rand.
Oh, jeez.
I got a bone to pick with that.
Okay.
And I'm like, I'm totally cool with that. Like, sure, add all the cheats and make it easier for people who need that, fine. Why don't they give me a hard mode then on the other end?
There is a hard mode in the game.
Yeah, but you have to unlock it.
Oh, so it's one of those where you have to beat the game
unlock
first?
it. Yeah, you have to beat the game first to unlock it. And it's like, what? Why?
Why do they do that?
Why did the why does the easy mode come for free, but like the hard mode's like locked? You know, just give
Yeah.
me. I don't have time to play multiple times. Well, I do evidently because it's my fourth run through, but I don't want to play it. I don't want to play the game back to back. Just give me the hard mode up front. If I ever get to speak to Square Enix again, like because I interviewed them a few weeks ago. God, why didn't I ask that at the time? That's a major gripe for me because Final Fantasy 16 does the same thing as well. You have to unlock the hard mode.
Yep, you have to
The
unlock
dumbest thing ever, man.
the hard mode. Even I'm trying to think of a game recently I played that did that. I think Silent Hill F. You had to beat the game once to unlock one of the difficulties or one of the harder difficulties.
Yeah,
if I'm not
something like
mistaken.
that.
I'm
I had
not.
that shit.
I'm not a fan of that practice. Like I don't
Yeah.
like the idea of other difficulties being unlockable after you beat the game once. And it's like, why couldn't you just have them all available at the start for people that
Exactly.
wanted to choose that? Instead, it's like, you got to beat the game once and then spend your time. Like, oh, well, now the difficulty that you wanted to play on is now available, so spend all this time on it again. And it's not like Final Fantasy VII Remake or is a short game by any stretch of the imagination. Like Silent Hill F was, I could run through Silent Hill F pretty quickly, but you know, some games are just like Final Fantasy 16. Yeah, like I think when I played it on PlayStation when it first came out, I think I got all the trophies except for the one for it was like beat it on the hard, because it's like I just spent 62 hours doing everything in the game. And now it's like, here's this new difficulty, do it again. And I'm like, but that's a lot of time investment to do it again.
Yeah.
Like I got other things to worry about, other things to do, other games to play, like I don't got time to do this.
Yeah, I'm a busy man. I've got got things to do. Got big backlog to deal with, and it's compounded by the fact that I've already finished Final Fantasy VII. I've finished it on play. I bought a PlayStation 4 Pro just for Final Fantasy VII. Do you remember this? I bought a PS4. Yeah, I bought a PS4 Pro just for Final Fantasy VII. So I finished it on there, and then I finished it on Steam, and on Steam Deck, and then I played it again on my new laptop when I got that because it had the nice shiny graphics. And then now I'm going through it again on Xbox, and I don't have hard mode unlocked. I've earned hard mode, god damn it.
Yeah.
Just not on the right platform.
Well,
but I don't know. Minor gripe.
I just wanted to say thank you, Jez, for keeping the show alive these past couple weeks. As I was dealing with an unexpected, very, very unexpected death in the family. My mom passed away. We don't she passed away on. We don't know exactly the date she died, but they found her. They found her body on the 4th of January, and I last talked to her on the 1st. And I think, judging from some of the stuff things we found, I think she passed away on the 1st at some point. So it was like completely unexpected, and we had family all in and stuff, and my brothers and sisters, and then we had to deal with a lot of what to do with her condo and her estate because we couldn't find a will, those sort of things. So there's just a lot going on, and honestly, that first week I didn't want a podcast. I was like, I don't really feel like talking about any of this stuff. So, and then the second week I was kind of more busy with stuff, but I wanted to thank everybody that sent me messages, whether it was on Discord or Twitter or on the Patreons. I did read them all. That makes me, when you, because I'm not someone who's really experienced loss like that. Obviously I've lost pets and stuff, and they suck, but I haven't lost anybody in my immediate family. So this would be really the first one, and it wasn't one that anybody was expecting. It was a complete shock. I woke up on Sunday with a voicemail from a police captain, not a captain, but someone from a police station nearby, and they're we're trying to get a hold of people who knew her. And I was like, what the hell? So I called back, and basically it's oh, by the way, yeah, we found your mom. And I was like, what? I was just out of nowhere, my dad's the one who has a lot of medical problems, especially heart problems. So it's one of those things where we're all, the last 7 years, we're all obviously you're getting up there. I think both my parents are in their 70s, so you're sitting there and you're like, yeah, well, one of them has significant health problems, and it's like, okay, well, that could happen at any time. Nobody was expecting. Plus, my mom had just beaten like breast cancer. They caught it really early, so it was like a shock, and it was a couple like it was just like what the hell, and then dealing with all the other stuff that's going on surrounding it all is it's all a lot of stuff. But I wanted to thank everybody for their messages and their concerns and stuff. It really does made me feel better in a time where I don't know, I didn't know what to really think or what to really do. I was just kind of just stunned, really. So thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks for everything, basically. And thanks you, Jez, for doing the show 2 weeks solo, which I was surprised you didn't like ask Colt or Cog or anybody else that we know to come on to do the show with you, but you just did it solo to keep it going,
Yeah, I mean, I gotta shout out the audience really, because the audience played co-host. They dropped their questions. They kept the show flowing. Made sure there was always something to talk about. So we got a good community, dude.
Yeah,
dude.
So does this make you want to transition to become a full-time podcast host? The last 2 weeks, it was like you'd rather want to do solo, like solo stuff.
It's a lot more fun to do it together. Put it that way. I enjoyed it, but it was like at the same time, like it's hard work doing it solo. I got a new. I mean, I've done solo podcasts before. I've done game streaming where I streamed all of Dark Souls 1, right? If you remember.
Yeah, I remember.
But
you're a Dark Souls hater, and then you're now all of a sudden a Dark Souls lover.
Oh yeah, I was a big Dark Souls hater for a while. But I also I've done solo shows, but like not 2.5 hours solo show. That was that was a new, not playing a game, just talking, hanging out. Never done that before, so it's really is a testament to the community that helped keep that going. So
yeah. Was anybody be like, "Where's our 4-hour episodes?" Huh? I got trucks to drive. I got these long 8-hour routes, and usually I put on Rand and Jez, and half my day and half my thing is gone. Are you gonna get questions like people complaining about like why is this only 2.5 hours? Where's the other hour and a half?
I didn't actually. It is interesting because sometimes you get like, I have heard from people that the shows are too long.
Sure,
but then we also hear from people that the shows are like the perfect length for their job.
I mean, partially, I do kind of agree with people that think they're too long. We do kind of probably go over our points more often than we should. But
we can waffle.
Yeah, we definitely can ramble. Maybe not as much as Special Nick or anybody, right? Like,
Yeah, I actually did Xbox Zero podcast the other day, and by the end I was like, please let me go. It's like turn on.
Yeah, I go on Nick's show and it's like,
yeah,
and it's like he just turns everything. And it was like 4.5 hours or 4 hours and 45 minutes, and it's just, especially if John's not there, Nick's in control, and you never want Nick to be in control of anything. And if I'm there too, like, I mean, hell, I love to talk about stuff as well. So like me and Nick are there, we're just riffing off stuff, talking about whatever, and then poor Jesse's like, "What am I doing here?" Right? So.
Oh well,
yeah.
It's fun in games, right? Games are fun to talk about. It's fun to hang out. This is my Friday night. I'm back in Germany now. Hanging out, hard week at work. I'm wrapping up. It's 9:30 on a Friday evening. Got a nice cup of coffee. Got a can of cola.
Yep.
Rocking out with the Xbox 2 peeps.
So do you want to do the housekeeping? Let's get into it then, Jez?
Yeah, we've got some super chats there, and we've got the Patreon Q&A thread up, and we've got some housekeeping to do. So let's get on to it. And
so do us a big favor if you haven't already. Make sure you hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. Let everybody know that we are live. Greatly appreciate it. But also, we got a sponsor for this episode, the same as usual, I would imagine, the last couple weeks. The one
yes,
and only
indeed, you do.
Surfshark, yes?
Surfshark. Right. You guys looking for a smarter way to stay safe online? Surfshark VPN is your all-in-one shield for private, effortless browsing. Whether you're streaming your favorite series, climbing the ranks in your go-to games, just scrolling the latest trends, Surfshark keeps you covered with lightning-fast speeds and support for unlimited devices. Do you want true internet freedom? Surfshark breaks down walls with digital walls with ease. No more geo-blocks, no more limits. Unlock global content. Explore without borders and enjoy a smoother, cleaner web thanks to Surfshark's Clean Web feature. Blocks ads, trackers, and malware all before they can slow you down. And with a strict no-logs policy, your activity stays exactly where it belongs. With you. Plus, Surfshark's advanced encryption
You okay there?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay.
Wraps your personal data in serious.
Huh? What's it wrapping? Wrapping you in protection?
It's wrapping your personal data in serious protection, Rand, giving you total confidence every time you connect. But here's the offer. Xbox 2 listeners get an incredible 86% off a 2-year Surfshark plan. That's 86% off, which works out to about $2,
Not
something
quite
like that.
6-7, but 8-7 or 8-6. Pretty big number.
8-6. Yeah, maybe we get more if it was 6-7, even though it was less.
Maybe they would.
Yeah. Take back your online freedom. Hit the link in the description and get started. And search safely, surf securely, and surf with Surfshark. So yeah, Surfshark VPN is very, very good. Now I'm in Germany. I've been using it a lot more again because can't get WWE in Germany. You can only get it in the UK on Netflix. But if I Surfshark over to the United Kingdom, then I do get WWE, the full complement. Because Germany doesn't get WWE Netflix at all, as far as I know. I think maybe it gets like some of the PLEs or something, but I don't think it gets Raw and SmackDown. At least I couldn't find it. You know, set up Surfshark VPN, connect my laptop to my TV, and boom, back in the United Kingdom, baby. Or at least as far as Netflix knows. Given the way that, you know, all these pesky governments are trying to get you to give up your IDs to access content, VPNs like this have become incredibly popular. And Surfshark is one of the best. It's definitely one of the most affordable with this plan. So if you check it out, it supports the show, supports us, supports yourself. And yeah, thanks to Surfshark for sponsoring this video.
That's right. And we also have our wonderful and beautiful Patrons over at patreon.com/XB2. Got the, I think you've done a couple Xbox 2 Ultimates exclusive to Patreon up there for the people to check out. I think you did one on Tuesday with Jen, I believe.
I did. Yeah, me and Jen did one. So thanks to Jen for helping out.
Like we mentioned, the question and answer thread is up for those that want to drop a line, talk about whatever. I don't, honestly, like this week I haven't really been keeping up with what's been going on the last couple weeks. Like normally I'm on top of stuff. You know, normally I know what's going on. Outside of like Developer Direct and like the Ubisoft stuff I saw, and I think I saw something last night about next gen being delayed to longer than anybody could anticipate. I think was like the headline or whatever that could mean. Does that mean 2030? I don't know, but I kind of don't even know really went on in the last couple weeks, but I'm sure we'll get into it. People will remind us, but we do have the shout outs for the Xbox 2 MVPs. We have Adam Bartolo. I'm going to say this wrong because it's a new one. Aloran Grogu? Hopefully I said it right. Aloran Grogu?
Aloran, yeah, like
Grogu
like
as in,
planet.
You know, the Mandalorian.
Aloran.
There's
a planet.
There's a
planet
Aloran?
Oh, I don't know.
No, that's Alderaan.
Alderaan.
That's not.
Maybe they're called Alorans. I don't know.
Yeah. Aloran Grogu, Army Dude 52C, Asa T and Madison, Battered Haddock, Briggs Country, Bright Tundra 1, Silas, Discarded Caboose, Enix, Fantasticals, Foreign Object, Glenn, Governor Grimm, I Mike Zero, Inner Machine, James Moore, James Wiseau, Justin Duel, K-Trox, Laserwolf, Pat Rock, Frosty, RS Donk, Scarcely Relevant, Sean Kramer, Shrapnel, Trickster for Trey, Wagerman, and Wolfgang KPZ. Thank you guys so much for your continued support of me and Jez. Means quite a lot. So
You didn't shout out yourself, bro.
Oh, I don't need to shout out myself.
That's kind of meta, though. You do that.
I don't need to do that.
Rand's a subscriber of his own Patreon.
Yeah, I'm also a subscriber of Xbox Era and Xbox Expansion Pass and a couple of the other and the Iron Lords. So I like to support people that support us and other creators in our space because they deserve to be people to support them, right? So it's all good. So, Jez,
So good.
Where should we start off? Is there anything in the last couple weeks, a story or anything that I've missed that I need to give my opinion on? Is anything? Because beginning of January ain't much going on, right? Like, is there anything that happened in the last couple weeks? That
it has been pretty damn slow.
Which
I mean,
usually is.
It usually is. I've had quite a hectic week myself. I don't know if I told you this, but Future had layoffs, Windows Central had layoffs, and our entire gaming team got laid off except for me.
Jesus.
So now Windows Central gaming team is just me.
The Windows Central gaming team is just Jez?
Just Jez.
So how are you going to be able to do that?
Well, I got some freelancers to help me out, but like our full timers got laid off. So it wasn't just Windows Central that was hit. Like they hit like I think pretty much every brand of Future. It just reflects the way AI has changed how people digest content. That was like a lot of the things that we talked about over the last couple of weeks was some of because CES happened, the Consumer Electronics Show in Vegas. And, Satya was there and all these, the NVIDIA CEO was there, and a lot of them were talking about AI. But AI was quite a big topic the last couple of weeks.
When has AI not been a big topic the last?
Yeah, true.
Whatever. Oh, was it the last couple of weeks? Isn't that when it happened? When it was, what was it? Microslop? Is that
Microslop? Yeah,
and
Microslop became a thing.
And didn't Satya come out and say, "Stop being mean to AI"?
Yeah, kind of. And so did the NVIDIA CEO, and it's like all the CEOs have said things to the effect of the negativity is hurting AI and we need people to use AI or the bubble will burst. This kind of like almost this undercurrent of panic. It's like this fear in the air. You know that meme from Starship Troopers with the brain bug.
Yes,
and Neil Patrick Harris is there, and he's like, it's afraid, yeah.
What a great
kind of what it
movie.
feels
like. I love Starship Troopers, by the way.
It's
one of my favorites as a kid. Like I think that was released in 1990. Well, not a kid. I was a kid. I want to say I was either in 8th grade or in high school. What year did it come out? Let me search.
Let's look it up.
Part of me thinks that that was
97.
1990. Oh, I was thinking 95. So 97 I would have been 97 I was in high school, so I would have been like 1997 I probably would have been 17-ish, 16 or 17.
I was 11 watching that movie.
11.
And it was the first time I saw boobs in a movie, I think.
The co-ed shower scene, time. Right? Yeah.
Yeah. And I was like, "Oh my god, what are those?"
There's a story behind that where apparently, so they did the co-ed shower scene where everybody's in there showering, and the only way they would do it was also if the director Paul Verhoeven, if he would also be in the scene showering too. So that's
funny.
But I remember 17 when
that's fair. That's fair. That's fair enough. But
a lot of people don't get like the satire of the movie and what it's supposed to be satirizing and stuff. But I mean, I've always liked Starship Troopers. I've never seen any of the sequels after that at all, and I never really wanted to.
I have.
Oh, well,
I have seen the sequels.
I feel bad for you.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't need to see the sequel.
Although I always did wonder, like, what happens next? Like in sequels or whatever. But they did do sequels, and I never had any interest in watching them because they're always supposedly like really bad.
Yeah,
but I love Starship Troopers.
I love Starship Troopers as well. There's in Warcraft. There's a whole area That's like a homage to Starship Troopers. It's like a desert area. There's like Rico Roughneck gnomes, and there's
Rico's
like
Roughnecks.
and there's like these bug mobs. It's like the whole area is just the
You want
Starship
to live
Troopers homage.
forever?
Brilliant. Yeah, there's like a little gnome screaming that. It's brilliant, man. But did you ever try the Starship Troopers game?
No,
there's a
I
game,
did.
right?
There's a game. I think there's been multiple games, but no, I have not tried the Starship Troopers game. And
It's clearly had a huge inspiration on Helldivers, right?
Sure,
Clearly.
absolutely, 100%.
No, it's a weird. That director, he's got like, I feel like he's got a really he's got a really outsized influence on pop culture, but I don't feel like he gets his due from pop culture.
Well, I think I sort of think he ruined. I think he ruined his reputation with Showgirls. You know, NC-17 Elizabeth Berkey thing.
I've never heard of that.
But I mean, if I'm
what
remembering,
what happened there? Well, I want to know.
Not really, but
oh dear. Okay.
I want to say he also did RoboCop, which is also one of my favorite movies from.
He did.
From
he
back
did
in the
RoboCop.
day. RoboCop was great. I'm trying to think what other movies he did. Let me bring up Google and see what else he's done. Let's see here.
He did RoboCop.
Paul Verhoeven. Oh, he's Dutch. Did you know that?
Yeah, I mean it's Dutch name, right?
Oh, he did Basic Instinct. Okay. Oh, Total Recall. That's also one of my other favorites. One of my favorite
Recall.
Schwarzenegger movies.
But
RoboCop, Showgirls.
Exactly. His movies are iconic, man.
Yeah. So he's got some iconic movies for sure.
For sure.
But what were we talking about in relate to this? I forget.
I don't know. We just started talking about something.
I mean, think about it. At no point today were I thinking, hey, you know, we're going to get on this show. I haven't talked to anybody in 2 weeks about stuff. And we're going to spend a good portion talking about Paul Verhoeven and Starship Troopers, RoboCop, and Total Recall.
The Showgirls got Carl McLaughlin in it. I kind of want to watch it just because of that now.
Yeah.
This movie has been consistently ranked as one of the worst movies ever made.
Yeah, I think it's what kind of killed his career.
Really?
Yeah.
But Starship Troopers came out after it. I don't know.
I think Starship Troopers came out before it.
No. Starship Troopers came out after Showgirls. But Starship Troopers wasn't exactly a huge success either, really. It was it's kind of culty, isn't it?
Yeah,
his Wikipedia page is surprisingly tiny. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Like this guy made RoboCop and Total Recall.
Damn it.
RoboCop, goddammit, and in his Wikipedia page, it's got 3 paragraphs. Are you kidding me? I mean, Showgirls must have been, because I've never heard of it before. That must have been really bad. If that's why he's got 3 paragraphs on Wikipedia. Total Recall's amazing. I've watched that movie like 50 times, man. It's one of my favorite movies ever. Oh man, well, this is a movie podcast now.
Apparently,
movie box.
Apparently, it is. Apparently, it is.
Xbox 2 becomes Box Office 2.
Box Office 2, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We get to several super chats here. We got man, they do the thing instead of people's names. Roy Meisenbach, 1210. He says, "Hey, Rand and Jez, I might not be able to catch your podcast next week. I'm having hernia surgery on the 27th. We'll try if I can." Well, it's no big deal if you miss it. I mean, hey, hernia surgery is pretty important, so you can always catch the show after, or when you're rehabbing or just relaxing after the surgery. You can always put on the dulcet tones, the relaxing tones of Jez and Rand. But we appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat. We have DJ. Can't read the rest of it. Was it DJ Dills 1998?
DJ Dills.
He says, "Guys, just want to say thanks for everything you do. I'm a long-time listener. Rand, sorry to hear what you're going through. Just know you're not alone. We're all here for you." Well, thank you. It does, getting all those messages and stuff did help a lot. Normally, like, you sort of say that stuff, and you don't necessarily think maybe it would help, but every time I would, look at my DMs or whatever, and there are people being like, "Hey, man, we're here with you. Chin up. If you need anything, let me know. Blah blah blah. It honestly did help. So I didn't think it would, but it did. So I appreciate that. William's been a member for 12 months. He says, "Welcome back, Rand." Thank you. It's good to be back. Mr. Supreme says, "Camera podcast when, Rand?" I don't know. Maybe sometime in the future, or maybe not. Maybe never. I have no idea.
Supernova.
Is it Mr. Supernova? Okay, yes.
Yeah.
I hate how
I did.
I hate how
I went on camera for the episode.
I did see that. I hate how the names are here. Like YouTube keeps on going back and forth between like the names.
Yeah,
and
it's annoying.
We got Cody Bishop
It's
says,
annoying.
"Time to beat Final Fantasy VII Remake on Switch 2, Jez."
No.
No.
We don't. I look at the Switch 2 and it's just like this the Xbox Ally is just way better, man. Way better.
Yeah, Switch 2, I believe there's a report from Circana that came out that said it was like it's still the fastest selling console ever, I believe. I know there's some, I think Christopher Dring had reported it or whatever that it slowed down some during the holidays, but I don't know by how much. Or
Slowed down in the UK.
Slowed down in the UK,
UK
not
is
necessarily in the US.
probably, yeah, the UK is probably uniquely positioned with regards to trying to save money.
Or maybe it was so far ahead of, like, Switch 2 was so far ahead of the Switch 1, even if it did slow down here in the US, that it still was comfortably ahead of the Switch 1, regardless,
Straight up.
But
Straight up.
yeah, I did see that. People love their Nintendo stuff for sure.
I sure do.
We got Juan who says, "Welcome to the Jez Box 2 podcast with today's guest, Rand Thor 19. Welcome back, Rand. So sorry for your loss. I hope you're doing better. I'm doing better. It's nice to get back into the swing of things doing the podcast. We got Nick Marseille sent one gift membership. Thank you, Nick. Appreciate you. We have Juan who also says, also Jez almost got the channel demonetized with the F-bombs. I love it. Gaz voice. Yeah, you did apologize by saying that there was a chance you're going to get demonetized because you constantly kept on dropping F-bombs.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just popping off, man.
Just popping off,
bro. Just popping off, bro.
Not even thinking that, you know what? I'm not on my channel. I'm on someone else's channel. And
YOLO.
maybe I should hold back. But you wouldn't be you if you did.
That's true.
We got Alex who says, "Wishing you the best, Rand. Jez, keep trying to make us eat beans and catch up on everything." I mean,
oh man,
ketchup is pretty good. Me being from Chicago,
beans?
one of the things people look down on, one of the most disgusting things you could do if you're a Chicagoan, is putting ketchup on a hot dog. But screw it. I put ketchup on my hot dog. I don't care.
Wait. Isn't ketchup on a hot dog just the basic standard condiment for a hot dog?
No.
Globally?
Here in Chicago, basic condiments for a hot dog, like a Chicago dog, is mustard, relish, onions, whatever.
Yeah.
Not ketchup.
And ketchup.
Not ketchup.
Man, that's weird, bro. In Germany, it's like relish, mustard, and ketchup. But often, like, Germany's got this weird ketchup. It's like ketchup with curry powder in it. Like currywurst. Have you heard of that? I don't know.
I've heard of it, but I don't know what it is.
It's just ketchup with curry powder in it. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
A slightly spicy ketchup.
Okay.
But I can't imagine a hot dog without ketchup, bro.
I mean, neither can I. I would rather eat a hot dog plain than eat a hot dog with all those other things on it. Like, so when I get a hot dog, I get a hot dog with ketchup, and the looks you'll get from people. Not only the people around you, but the people serving you the food. Like, I don't know, your head just grew 10 sizes or something, because it's a no-no. And they'll think that you're not from Chicago, and they'll be like, look at this guy over here. He's ordering ketchup on a hot dog. What a loser. What a
loser.
I'm dead serious.
Let me ask you about this condiment.
Dead serious.
I believe you, bro. I believe you. But let me ask you about this condiment for a hot dog. What about mayonnaise?
Ugh. I don't like mayonnaise on anything. I hate mayonnaise. It's disgusting. And I think anybody that eats mayonnaise is disgusting.
What?
Yeah.
I like mayonnaise. Bro.
You're disgusting then.
People have such strong opinions about mayonnaise. I would put on my hot dog, I would probably put mayonnaise on it before ketchup or mustard or relish or a hot dog. I just eat a bat with mayonnaise in it, bro.
I don't know. I couldn't even tell you when the last time I had a hot dog though. So, but yes,
I've probably had about 5 hot dogs in my entire life. They're not that popular in Britain.
So let me ask you this: is a hot dog a sandwich? What is it? Is a hot dog just a hot dog, or how would you classify it?
Yeah, a hot dog. I'd consider a hot dog to be a sandwich, man.
Yeah, a sandwich. Okay.
I think it's a sandwich, bro.
I don't know.
Let's get some more super chat. Could be here all night. Basic Instinct and hot dogs. Only on Xbox 2 podcast.
Yes. We have Wagerman, who says, welcome back, Rand. Sorry to hear about layoffs, Jez. We still have our games. With Playground seemingly crushing it with Fable and Forza, what other property would you like to see them tackle? Interesting question. I know there were rumors. Years ago about them having a secret third team, quote unquote, and that they were working on a Crimson Skies remake. Remember hearing those rumors, Jez? Or people?
Oh,
remember that?
Vaguely. I feel like I heard something about Crimson Skies recently.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure maybe people in chat will remember this, but maybe a year ago or 2 years ago, there's definitely a rumor going around that they had a secret third team, and that team was working on a Crimson Skies remake. And I always thought, I don't know if they have a third team or not. Maybe they do. They are a big studio, but out of all the games to bring back, I was like, Crimson Skies, what?
Crimson Skies. Yeah, I think. It makes sense in a way because they're becoming the open world masters at Microsoft. I would think if Fable lands as well as it looks like it's going to land, they will become okay, these guys are our open world studio, right? So Crimson Skies makes sense in that context, but I kind of feel like if you want a game that might actually do really well, sell really well, you got to pull the finger out and get that Mech Warrior IP.
I guess they're
sorted out.
Well, but then I guess it comes down to is what game would sell an open world flying game based off of what wasn't there only one Crimson Skies? Maybe they did a sequel. I don't know, but I mean it's been a long Crimson Skies basically hasn't really been in the vernacular or the culture since the OG Xbox, right? No. So maybe Mech Warrior would be a better call, or these Fable games and Forza games, maybe that's just more that's all they can do. I don't know how often teams studios turn into 3-game teams, right? We got Forza, Fable, and a third game.
Well, I could see it happening. Them expanding even more. If Fable really hits hard. And Forza Horizon 6 is going to absolutely clean up, it is, especially in, Japan. And people have been asking for Japan for God knows how long for that game. So you can expect Forza Horizon 6 to absolutely rake it in, especially considering it's going to launch on everything, Fable as well. So I could see them spinning up a third team eventually, but a secret third team doesn't seem as likely. But I think at the end of the day, whatever they work on, it's got to be something they actually really want to work on and feel passionate about. And clearly they felt passionate enough about Fable. I think a lot of the people that work at Playground are from the original team, from Lionhead, and also it's a very British coded game, and Playground's a very British coded studio, so it makes a lot of sense, I suppose. But I do think Mech, just to answer the question, Mech Warrior or Mech Assault for me makes a lot of sense. Vehicular, open world. It's a genre not served that well. I mean, we've got Armored Core, but I think even Armored Core would be better. And I think rumors are that they are gonna reapproach Armored Core with a bigger budget in the future. I think there was rumors about that in the past, but I do think Mech Warrior would be my pick. But what would be your pick? Just to answer the question.
Are we specifically talking about like a franchise to bring back and not something like a new IP? I mean, I guess it's like, yeah, I guess
you could pick a new IP.
Well, he says,
would you
what
like
other
to see
property
tackled?
would you like to see them tackle? So that would be something new IP. That would be something that they have. I mean, honestly, I don't. Is there anything that I would like them to tackle that they have, like, that they could go and do? It's like, well,
I think a new IP would be valid too.
I mean, yeah, I'd rather it be something new because there isn't really anything that in Microsoft's vaults that like I'm super dying for someone to make. I mean, I know here come the chattering of the Banjo Bros, you know, all 10 of them in the chat being like, "What about Banjo?" And it's like, yeah, Banjo, I get it for you bros, but Playground's not the studio to make Banjo, right? So,
I mean, that might be.
I don't think so.
If they achieve this kind of comedic slant with Fable and it lands, I mean, that's kind of Banjo, isn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe. Smaller project, maybe, with the same discipline, the same engine and the team. I don't know. Maybe it could work.
I mean, the team that really should do a Banjo game is Toys for Bob. Like, that was the one everybody had handpicked when they acquired Activision because, you know, that's the type of game they make. Or Moon Studios. I mean, even Moon Studios had said they would like to do a Banjo. I mean, I don't know if they'll do anything after Thomas Mahler and his comments recently, but
nope.
I can't see Playground making a Fable game or making a Banjo game. So when I think about what else does Microsoft have, there isn't really anything that I'm dying for something to come back, you know, for them to make. I mean, Crimson Skies is a good call out because I could see like a high adrenaline, action-packed a version of that game like built, and I could essentially see like being like, yeah, that could work. But then it's like, how many aerodynamic flying games exist now? And I'm not sure that genre is.
I think.
Well, no, not necessarily that's a thing, but I'm not sure that's a genre that people even care about anymore. Which is why I don't think you see a lot of flying games. Because I just don't think it's like you have your Microsoft Flight Sim, which does well because it's you know, simulation and it's like it simulates real flying. But when's the last time you can tell me about like a, you know, maybe Ace Combat's the only one from Bandai that, you know, and that's more realistic in the sense of like jets and stuff like that, but it has the ridiculous over the top story. But it's not like that franchise is blowing the doors off of like, you know, sales figures or anything like that. So
yeah.
I'm kind of just like, yeah, I don't know. If you were coming to like, hey, we need these years and this budget to make this game, and it's like, what's the game you want? Oh, a flying game? And I'd be like, if I had the purse strings at Microsoft, I'd be like, how about we think about something else other than a flying game? You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah, and
just me.
There was we'll probably talk more about this later, but there was an interview with Games Radar with Craig Duncan today, which only came out just as the show was starting, I think. And he talks about things like we forget that Craig Duncan's still pretty new in the job. So like Craig Duncan's vision for what game studios looks like, we're probably not going to see that realized for a few years, but I've got some hints about what it means on my end, which we'll talk about when we talk about Dev Direct. But he did say things like, you know, they're trying to take a more thoughtful approach to some of this stuff, because I think in the past, when Microsoft went on their acquisition spree, they inherited a lot of projects that were already in development, that were already, you know, had sort of hit that sunk cost fallacy level, which we're seeing play out now with Ubisoft with Beyond Good and Evil, I think, to some degree. But I think Fable represents Fable to some degree represents them stepping out of that now, and maybe they are going more towards franchises that'll have broader appeal because they've got this mandate to maximize return on investment. But yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah. Let's see, we have
maybe a basic thing, maybe a basic instinct game.
Yeah. We got Champagne Supernova. It says, welcome back, Rand. Condolences. Being vulnerable, have you ever played a game for not knowing you could do something? Mine was X-Pit and knowing you can change direction of the ball. Ever play a game and not knowing you could do something?
It's kind of funny because I was actually I was talking to a very prominent community member about Ball Pit, and they were like, "Oh, I can't." You could say a pretty big influencer actually. I won't say who it is. That's to not embarrass them. But they're like, "Oh, but I can't click with Ball Pit. There's just something about it. I can't get into it." And I was like, "You do know you could change the direction of where you shoot the ball, right?" Because I had that problem too. I was trying to play it like Vampire Survivors, where I just assume the ball automatically fires or whatever, because it's not really clear on the UI. But I figured it out pretty quick that it was more like the X-Ball or, some of these classic sort of games of that nature. It does seem like a lot of people had that issue with Ball Pit, but game where I didn't know you could do something.
I'm
every now and then, like
I just don't have any that come to my top of my head right now. I'm sure
there's a lot of these like. Oftentimes I'll watch these like YouTube shorts or these Instagram shorts and things like that. And they'll actually be themed around that. They'll be like, hey, did you know you could do this in this game? And it's like, oh shit, I had no idea you could do that. Usually it's like little secrets, like especially in Kojima games, like Metal Gear Solid. There's like so many weird little things you can do in like Kojima games that you would never try yourself. I actually had a situation like this recently where I was like, I had no idea you could do that, and I can't remember what it is. I think one of the things recently that I discovered. I've been playing Fallout 1, right? And this isn't that embarrassing because it's an old game and the UI is a bit messed up. But all the times I've been playing Fallout 1, and I've put like a pretty good amount of time into Fallout 1, I didn't realize you could wait. Like in the modern Bethesda games, you can like wait or sleep to pass the time. And like in Fallout 1 as well, it's like in Fallout 1, it's like, oh, the shop's closed, come back tomorrow. I didn't know you could just wait to make the shop come open again. So, that's my example. I'm sure there's other shit. Has anyone in chat got a story like that? Wall Diggity in chat says, a lot of people didn't know that you can punch with your left hand in Indiana Jones. That's probably one.
Yeah, I could see people. I could see people doing like not knowing some of that stuff, or maybe not. Well, I was gonna say maybe not knowing to use the whip or something.
Yeah, I just Alvin in chat says, playing Katana Zero right now. Went through the first 3 stages without slowing time.
Oh man, you I can imagine that. That would be pretty difficult. Not slowing time. I know there has been. I just can't remember what. I'm sure there'd be something where it was like, did you know you could do this? And I'd be like, excuse me? Like, you could do that?
Yeah, I just can't think off the top of my head. There's probably so many examples of this kind of shit.
Yeah. Let's see, we have Glitchy Texture says, Jez, you mentioned that Fable won't be day one on PS5 2 weeks ago. Also, how sure are you that Xbox is making a first-party handheld? Uh-oh, Jez, did you say something now you gotta take it back?
I'm pretty sure that was speculation, if at best. I don't think I ever reported that it wouldn't be on PlayStation day one. I was like, because I remember asking a source about that literally the other day. So, yeah, if I said that, it would have been speculation. I find that oftentimes speculation is lost in translation when it's being translated by people who don't necessarily have English as their first language, and then like they write it they put it on their Twitter. Jez said this, even though like it was speculation, and then people who do have English as their first language see it as like, oh, Jez said this, it's true. So I don't get as mad these days when things get misinterpreted. But if I did say that, it would have been speculation because I honestly didn't know for sure. One thing I did think was that not Fable, Forza was going to be day one. But again, that was kind of like speculation.
They already had announced that Forza wasn't going to be on PlayStation day one, though, when the game was originally announced last year.
Yeah, well.
I mean, I could see why you would think maybe, oh, well, since Forza Horizon 6 is not day one and is, and you would think, well, maybe Fable's not day one either. But Fable
People ask me to guess a lot.
Well, yeah, I was guessing. It's like, well, I could easily see why you could come to the conclusion that if you're just like speculating, being like, well, since Forza's not day one and it's the same studio, although by different teams, I'd be like, well, that means Fable's not day one and it's going to be like a few months later. Yeah. Because it does kind of be like, well, how is Fable day one but Forza Horizon 6 isn't? Like, what's the difference between the two? Like, why is one day one and why is the other not? And I mean, maybe we'll never find out, or maybe it's just one of those things where Forza just wasn't ready.
Well,
because it's earlier, because Forza's coming out in May, and we assume Fable's probably coming out in September or October. So maybe they just...
Craig Duncan actually explained this in his interview with Games Radar. He said, because I put this in a report too. I put a report out last year that was like, Xbox won't have exclusives anymore, and if it does, they'll just be incidental. And Craig Duncan basically confirmed that in the interview. He said, I'm paraphrasing it, but he said something to the effect of, the only reason like some of these games aren't coming day one is because they were started development as exclusives, or we don't have the pipeline in place, we don't have the teams in place. Obviously, Xbox takes priority in those situations, and but the plan is to just be multi-platform now. But I also put in an article yesterday that one of the upshots of being multi-platform is that you can take on more risk and you can have bigger budgets. You can make second teams that can make a game like Fable. Or make a third team that makes MechWarrior. Because if you've got a bigger install base to play with, you can have much more stronger predictions about how many units you're going to sell. And I think Fable's going to sell gangbusters on PlayStation, and so is Forza Horizon 6. And they'll have that kind of PlayStation money, which PlayStation used to grow its studios and get those kind of Game of the Year contenders. So I think that's just the way it's going, man.
Yeah, well, I mean, man, fall. I think fall's there's gonna be a logjam of games for the fall, and
it was either Nate or Shinobi. I can't remember exactly who said this. So forgive me, whoever said this, and put it in the chat if anyone knows. But I think someone said that Fable was going to be like late summer, not necessarily like really deep into the fall.
I mean, they themselves in the dev direct said autumn.
Yeah, so like early, but like
so
they were saying like early
is,
fall.
What is autumn? Technically September, October, November.
Yeah, something like that. So like late summer is September, early.
Well,
fall
yeah,
is
late summer can go all the way up to September 21st, which I believe is the first day of fall, so to speak. So, and I thought it was more. I thought it was more. Wasn't it more like Halo related? Because I had been hearing that, and nobody report this because I'm nobody, and I don't know if it's true by any stretch of the imagination. But I was hearing that Halo was more summer than fall, like Halo Remake, which but when you think like, would they really release Halo in June, July, or August? And it's kind of like, yeah, no, but then you figure, well, summer actually goes to middle of September, and I could easily see a Halo coming out early September, because remember, like, that was the release date for a lot of the Halo, like not Halo 2 and not Halo 1, but Halo 3 and like ODST and I think Reach all came out in September. And like, because when you're thinking about when do we want to release Halo Remake, the first thought is, well, the anniversary of the first game. It's the 25th anniversary of Halo this year. We're going to release it on November 15th. It makes all the sense in the world. You could tie the marketing together. It's like, hey, we're all celebrating Xbox. Boom, here's Halo anniversary. But there's a cog in the wrench now, or there's a wrench in the cog, right? This time around because Grand Theft Auto 6 is coming out November 19th. And we've had that discussion before in the show where I said they're going to have to move. If their plan was to release Halo on the anniversary, they have to move it now. And you had made the argument, but well, maybe they don't have to because people are going to still need something for Game Pass and blah, blah, blah. And I said, yeah, that could be true. But also, this is a game you want to sell on PlayStation as well. But nobody's going to give a shit about it on PlayStation if 2 days later, the most anticipated game of all time is coming out. So you would think, well, you need to move it forward. To get it out from, and we've seen reports of like, even when Grand Theft Auto was supposed to come out this past fall or in May, that studios were basically giving it a 1 month berth of like, you better have your game out a month before Grand Theft Auto, and then give them some leeway on the other side of it where like it's a month after, because that's all people are going to care about. Like if you release your game, no one's going to cover it. None of the IGNs or whatever are going to cover any of those games that release any close to Grand Theft Auto, because I'm sure all their people, all their guides makers, all the articles will be about Grand Theft Auto. So if you're like going to release something else, it's going to get the bare minimum of reach on websites and videos and stuff, because nobody's going to care, because there's other thing that's driving the market and driving views and driving clicks to an immense degree. So I always look at it like, well, with Halo, it's like you don't necessarily, you would like to release it on the anniversary, but also there are plenty of Halo games that did release in September. So if like you could move it and be like, well, how, I guess, but also depends like, well, is the game ready? I mean, they did show it off in October of last year. So it's like, to me, when I look at like the logjam of games that Xbox has for this fall, mainly what? Halo, Fable, Gears, and Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4, it's like, well, we got to be out a good point of time before Grand Theft Auto releases. Call of Duty usually always releases either in like early November or late October, so I would imagine they're going to release in late October this year, because this past Call of Duty released in mid-November, or right around there. So this one's going to release in late October. Then you could mix and match. You could have a Halo in beginning of September. You could have Fable in late September if you wanted, and you could have Gears sometime in early October, and just so you have them all positioned in that time frame, giving them enough space between Grand Theft Auto 6. But I guess this all goes to like, well, what games are ready? Maybe, we kind of had the same discussions about Ninja Gaiden 4 and Outer Worlds 2 and Keeper. It was like, well, you got some time here. And what did Xbox end up doing? They released all 3 games within a week and a half of each other, which I still think was dumb. But, those 3 games are not Halo, Gears, and Call of... You know what I'm saying? Like, those significantly higher stature for those titles. So, we'll see what happens.
No, you're right.
With that stuff. I would imagine we'd hear more about it at the showcase, which at this point, it's got to be pretty clear that Gears is going to be the showcase game, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
It has to be, right?
With like with a deep dive maybe after the fact. Dude, I'm hearing such good things about E-Day, man.
Sure, and then there was a recent article about it. I think someone sent it to me. I didn't really check it out because I kind of just been
Games Radar.
But yeah, Games Radar. But that has to be the showcase game now, because they've been doing a big showcase after the big, like, I forget what they call it, but its own thing after the showcase. So like, what the first one they did was Starfield, then they did Black Ops 6 the following year. And then they did Outer Worlds 2, which is a year they could have skipped, considering they had given Outer Worlds 2 the IGN first in April. So it felt like Outer Worlds 2 was a little bit overexposed in a way with all the stuff. But it definitely seems that when we get to June and we see the showcase, that the game after the showcase is going to be the Gears Direct. They're going to have like a 30-minute breakdown of Gears and all that sort of stuff. Because really, you don't need one for Halo, because it's just a remake of the first game without the multiplayer. So you don't really... I mean, you could, but considering we haven't had anything for Gears yet, it wouldn't make sense to, And it's like, well, Forza will be out by then. Fable won't be, but you kind of just had the Dev Direct. Although you could go deeper, because that was one of the things we'll talk about with the Dev Direct. Is I felt like the Fable thing was almost more surface level than really in depth, which is fine for like a
Really?
first. I felt it was more surface level stuff. Like we'll talk about that when we get there. But I'm not saying it was bad. I'm just saying it felt more bullet pointy. Of like, oh, here's the things like, oh, you can own houses and you can have kids and you can the morality system and stuff, and it felt more just kind of
like
going over like the overview of
yeah.
what the game is, rather than like a deeper dive into the gameplay systems and stuff, which is fine because they said it was like their first. So there's probably going to have more later on in the year, where you get a deeper look into some of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Gears has to be, because we don't know shit about. I mean, we saw the one trailer and that's it. Like does it have multiplayer? Which I mean, I know it does have multiplayer because I'm pretty sure they said it does. But they got a lot to explore with Gears. So to me, that's like a shoo-in for the direct after the showcase, where it's like going to be a 30-40 minute presentation or whatever. So
I tell you what, my favorite deep dive of all time was.
Which one? What is it?
Fallout 3, man. I don't know what it was about Fallout 3's
Fallout
deep
3
dive
or Fallout 4?
Fallout 3. When they first announced Fallout 3, and Todd Howard's there, and he's giving you a proper walkthrough of the game, and it doesn't feel bullet pointy because he's doing it in real time.
Sure,
and
it
he's
was
sort
Fallout
of
3,
like,
because I'm pretty sure it was Fallout
was
4
definitely
you're
Fallout.
talking. I'm pretty sure it's Fallout 4 you're talking about.
He did. No. I'm definitely. He did both. He did one for Fallout 3, which I think, if I remember correctly, was on the Xbox stage too. Or maybe it wasn't, but I remember distinctly. It was definitely Fallout 3. I remember that green-gray color palette. But also the Fallout 4 one as well, where he's saying like it just works and the building stuff. But honestly, the Fallout 3 one, like go back and watch it. Like Todd Howard's there and he's like, because it's it was really important because it was them sort of putting their mark on the franchise in a similar way to like what Playground is doing. They're putting their mark on Fable. And even though Fallout 3 is a continuation of Fallout, whereas like Fable's sort of a reboot, the fact that like they were shifting it to third person, they had a lot to sort of explain how it sort of works while honoring the legacy, like with the VATs and the turn-based stuff. So yeah, Fallout 3 back in the day was probably my favorite deep dive of all time, and it is in real time. It's not like bullet pointy. It's not like a lot of jump cuts. It's like it's real time playing it and really showing it and just showing it how it works. I really feel like Todd Howard, when he talks, and he gets clowned on a lot, but Todd Howard can sell a game to me. Like he made me hyped about Fallout 76 back in the day as well. So I think what it is, I think on some kind of subconscious level with Fable and a lot of these kind of shows is when there's a lot of jump cuts. These days, somewhere in the back of my mind, I'm kind of thinking like, I just want to see it in motion. I want to see it more real, And maybe we do get like the gameplay deep dive. Maybe that comes at the showcase and stuff. Because one thing I do think that's harder these days, is to show a game in development that's fully playable, because a lot of those sort of high level sort of final little bits of polish seem to go in right towards the end,
Yeah.
Whereas like back in the day when games were less complicated, maybe it was easier to do back then. But the gameplay walkthrough is what I really want to see of any game before I really sort of make my mind up. But I have to say, what they showed of Fable, I thought it was incredible. And there was a lot of depth there. They showed like a lot of systems and features, and these dev directs are usually about some of the nitty gritty stuff, and they show the developer screens and they show things being made in motion and stuff like that. But maybe the jump cuts are designed to appeal to Gen Z, like the Mr. Beast style, the 6-second loop where you've got to have a new camera angle every 6 seconds or people tune out. Maybe that's the logic of doing it like that. I prefer the walkthroughs. So maybe we're just old, Rand. Maybe that's the issue, bro.
Possibly.
Maybe we're old.
Possibly.
We're old, bro.
Let's see. We got L King C39360 says, "We're glad to have you back, Rand. Jez, please, can you ask one of your contacts to fix the achievement? See the future for Fable Anniversary." I would imagine they don't care about that. I'll tell you straight up now. They probably don't care. They probably know, and they probably don't care. They're not going to waste any time trying to fix it.
Well, one thing that I was, because like I was bitching a lot about Death Stranding being broken. So I was like, hang on a sec, you can't advertise Death Stranding sale on my Xbox Ally when it's broken. Like, how can you do that? You know? And I was like, when I was talking to my sources about this, they were explaining this concept to me of like, sometimes games undergo like a code freeze or whatever, and the game's kind of like archived, and it's like effort to pull it back out of the archive to like fix those kind of things. And if things aren't caught at the time, it can be difficult to justify pulling all that stuff out of storage and getting a team together and fixing it. And that was kind of like partially the issue with Death Stranding, because it also had undergone this publisher switch. Like it went from 505 back to Sony, back to Kojima Productions, and then it's like, well, they're working out who's actually going to fix this bug if we want to get it fixed. So I think like the Game Pass bag was part of like helping that make sense, you know, because if there's like some kind of financial reward at the end of it, then they'll do it. But with Fable Anniversary and some of these older games, like
Fable Anniversary is a 360 game, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, there's no way they're gonna pull that out of the archives to get it fixed.
Yeah, they're not gonna waste time trying to fix an achievement for you know, it's been going on for that long. You know, I mean, hell, like, you know, the game I've been playing, the only game I've been playing is Arc Raiders.
Pokemon.
There's 2 achievements that are broken in that game, and that's one of the most popular games in the world right now, and they still haven't fixed it on Xbox, PlayStation, or PC. I don't think. Or I think it maybe works on PC. I don't think it works on PlayStation or Xbox. There's 2 of them. It's use a lure grenade to have a drone kill a drone, which is super easy to do, but doesn't work. And the other one is to use a snitch driver to call in other arcs to then kill an actual player. Like, there's these snitches in the game that basically, if they see you, they'll call in other arc enemies to attack you. You can get their drives, and then you can throw the drive, and when it lands, it'll call in some arc enemies. So like, there's an achievement for doing that, and then, you know, having those arcs down a person, but it doesn't work either. They're both glitched, and the game's been out since end of October, and it still doesn't work. And it's like the only 2 achievements I'm missing in the game. So it's just, I don't know if they'll ever get around to fix it, you know?
Yeah. I mean, what I could see is, you know, some people in chat are talking about the possibility of a Fable Anniversary Collection. Like, if they did do some kind of re-release of the classic Fable games, which I think would make sense to some degree. You know, you're getting free marketing from the new Fable game.
I agree.
Some people want to go nostalgia. Maybe they'll fix it for that.
I 100% agree, but that should have been done already. If you were planning on doing, like, okay, Fable, you know, we want to kind of have, like, almost kind of what they're doing with like Lara Croft right now and Tomb Raider, where it's like, here's
Laura
with Tomb Raider, where this year is the remake of the first games, leading into the game next year. You would think, like, hey, we have Fable 1, 2, and 3. Maybe not a lot of people have played it. You know, like, Fable 1 was an OG Xbox game. You know, Fable 2 and 3. And, you know, it hasn't been around. Like, there wasn't any Fable games for the Xbox One generation because Fable Legends got canceled. And it's kind of like,
I like that.
You should have done it almost like how they just did with Gears, where it's like, here's Gears Reloaded, and then Gears E-Days next year. And it very well, like, they should have did that, where it was like, here's a Fable collection. Or maybe here's just Fable Anniversary done for the Xbox Series X and S and PlayStation or whatever, where it's like Fable, the OG Fable, and you put it everywhere else leading up to, you know, the release of the brand new Fable. It seems so easy and simple that I don't know why they haven't done it. I sort of feel like the idea of doing it after the new Fable is out is kind of counterintuitive. Because to me, like remakes and like remasters are almost marketing leading up to the release of a new version of the game, kind of like how Resident Evil does it, right? Like in a way where it's like, here's Resident Evil 7, but then here's, you know, Resident Evil remake 2 and 3, and then boom, here's the new Resident Evil, and then here's remake of Resident Evil 4, and then boom, here's 9. Or it's like, it's so
bro,
like synergistic.
It's synergistic, but it took a long time to set up that pipeline.
Sure, absolutely, and maybe there's technical reasons or whatever why they haven't done Fable, you know, a Fable collection. You know, it's not like Fable 1, 2, and 3 weren't, you know, didn't sell well or anything. I mean, they were very popular games, especially like Fable 2.
I agree with Didact Bro in chat. It says Fable collection is a lot of work. They're not aging well like Gears. I completely agree with that.
I agree with that. I agree with that. That may, like I said, when I said that maybe there's technical reasons why they haven't, and that very well could be it. Where
it's
like
not even technical, it's gameplay reasons. They need to refactor the gameplay.
Well, that could be the reason. Maybe they have looked into it and it was just like, listen,
this is rough.
It's not a good experience, or it doesn't. You know, there could be plenty. But you would think it was like, hey. Maybe they did try, and maybe we'll find out about that down the road. Where it's like, hey, we thought about doing a Fable collection, and it just, you know, too much work, or a lot of technical issues, or like you said, maybe the games didn't age well, you know. So,
unlike Pokemon
never aged well. We have Juan who says, love the Fable gameplay. I'm a little concerned about the frame rate, but it's a work in progress. Forza looked good, but I was expecting more night gameplay and neon lights. It was giving me generic Forza. I don't know. We will definitely talk about that.
Dude, I think they, considering like how much detail is in that game. Like, did you see the part? You guys know I'm not into racing games, but I got goosebumps when they showed the sound design when the car was passing through the tunnel.
Yeah.
I was like, my God, that is detailed.
I guess thinking about it, like there weren't a lot of night scenes and they didn't have a lot of neon stuff, which you think they could have had, and maybe for whatever reason they didn't.
It's coming.
I'm sure. I think
they know that's going to be another story. That's going to be a big beat, I think, because of the whole Akira thing and because the other games have like the light trails and shit, right? I think.
Yeah, I mean they have, you know, races at night and stuff, so obviously it's coming. And this is probably more of like the beginning of the marketing blitz for the game, right? The game comes out in less than 4 months. So it's like we have the deep dive at the Dev Direct, and I'm sure they'll start having more stuff, and it's just morsels of information and sort of things that they'll be dripping between now and then for the game to release. So that could easily be the reason why.
Were you clicking your fingers while saying that?
I did click my finger. Oh. And yeah, like
I heard that. It was low.
The frame rate of Fable wasn't good.
It was.
I mean,
I think the way I'm thinking of it is a bit. It's spooky. I think it's a bit spooky. The frame rate.
You know, work in progress. I want to say like those sort of things are, you know, the build.
Maybe
of Fable
why
is months old at this point, and the game doesn't come out for probably another 6, 7, 8 more months. And so they're like, you might be thinking like the build that they're using in those things are probably like a year old or a year from launch.
Yeah,
but yeah, I did notice it. It was one of the things.
It goes back to what I was saying about why it wasn't a gameplay walkthrough like Todd Howard style.
Yeah, probably
because of that kind of thing. Everyone would be talking about, oh God, the frame rate's really choppy, or it's buggy, or you know, it's crashing, and we kind of in that sprint now where they're polishing.
Like, oh my God, is the game going to be only 30 frames on the Series X or whatever, right? Because there was conversations about like Starfield and those other games, and maybe they didn't want to have those conversations. But it definitely the tech stuff was like, I definitely noticed the frame rate problems, which was like, well, work in progress. Maybe it'll be fixed by.
We hope.
Yeah, and then I did notice some of the lip syncing was pretty poor.
But at least you know they're not using AI for it.
Well, yeah. So, what else we got? We have Champagne Supernova saying seeing toxic Sony fans and bad faith pundits on X talking about Fable convinced me that Latitude is where I play and Xbox tax is so very real.
You know, I hate to be cynical about this, bro, but like I was thinking, like, because everyone's been clowning on Kiln, right?
Sure.
And like I did write in my preview for 2026 that I'd heard that the fourth game was from a smaller intrepid studio, Microsoft, and we're gonna get to see what they've been baking. Italics, you know, you bake pottery in a kiln. So shout out to anyone who figured out that obvious.
Did people think like it was food related because with baking and not think of
some people did?
Yeah. Okay.
I think not everyone realized like you bake things in a kiln. I don't know. Well, I wasn't trying to leak it. I was just trying to give a hint for anyone who actually paid attention. But the people have been clowning on it, and I hate to be cynical, Rand. I really, really hate to be cynical. I hope Don Otaku's not here because he'll be mad at me for saying this. I couldn't help but sit there thinking, like, if Kiln was exactly the same.
Ooh, I know what you're about to say. I know what you're about to say, and I almost agree with it in a little way.
If it was Kiln was exactly the fucking same. Sorry, demonetized. If it was exactly the same, but it had a Nintendo logo on it.
Ooh.
12 out of 10. Game of the Year contender. Hype of the millennium. I'm sorry, but you know, I went there, bro. I'm telling you, Xbox tax. Real, bro. It's real, bro.
I sort of really don't disagree with you on that. That if that game, because I wonder how that game would have if it was more in a Nintendo Direct and it was presented in the way Nintendo likes to present things.
From the team who bought you Splatoon, here is
if
Kiln.
People would have been like, "Oh my god, look, I can build like cool, like oh my god, like look at the life, like oh my god, look at the little thing, Nintendo, you've done it again."
Nintendo, I love it. Nintendo's genius.
Yeah,
give me 10 kilns.
I mean,
I'm gonna make a little Donkey Kong in my kiln. What about you,
Rand? Sorry, that's
guys.
the thing. I kind of can see that. I kind of can see it if it was Nintendo who made it.
Like to make a little pottery Kirby in my kiln.
But here's the thing. though.
It's so cool, guys.
The other side would also work though, and what I mean by that is, if you think,
oh no,
so any of the Xbox or PlayStation fans or PC fans that like Kiln are like, oh, that looks really cool. Maybe those same people, if it was a Nintendo game, would say it was shitting for kids.
Yeah, sure.
So you could look at it from the other side.
You're playing devil's advocate against my own point.
Yeah.
I do think that Xbox and PlayStation have a very specific audience that like very specific kinds of games. And I think Nintendo does as well, and there's nothing wrong with that. I think these kind of games, maybe they do land better on Nintendo systems because they've curated an audience that prefers those kind of games. Whereas like Xbox, like we saw this with Helldivers and some of the reports about this, that Xbox well and truly is the shooter box,
sure.
Which is why Helldivers over-index on Xbox disproportionately well, because over the 360 gen, Xbox One gen to a lesser degree, they locked in an audience of shooter fans. You know, with its Call of Duty marketing from before PlayStation had it and all that kind of stuff. Whereas like Xbox has neglected its audience that might like a party game. And if you are someone who likes party games, where the fuck are you? You're on Nintendo, because Nintendo is the place for party games. So, you know, arguing against my own point, it's kind of true and it kind of isn't true. It's like, yeah, Nintendo fans, this game would have landed better with them, but it's Microsoft's fault that it would land better with them because they've neglected to bring an audience like that or had a diversification of their audience up to this point. But hey, Kiln, maybe it's a starting point for these kind of games, and I will play Kiln. I'll play Kiln with my girlfriend, and maybe she'll really like it. Maybe this is the game that'll finally get her into gaming. You know what my girlfriend's been playing recently, Rand?
Fallout
Shelter, man. Fallout Shelter. She loves a TV show, and there's an end point for her there. Maybe she can't use 2 joysticks, but you know she could play Fallout Shelter.
Are people happy with the new season of Fallout? I haven't watched it yet, but it definitely seems like there's less chatter about Fallout Season 2 compared to the first one.
Well, one of the things I think you might have missed over the last couple of weeks, Rand, is that Grok's Twitter's algorithm is now controlled by Grok.
Okay.
So AI will overfeed you on things that it thinks you might like. So if you tweet a couple of times about Fallout, you will see your whole feed will become Fallout.
Right.
And then you'll think, oh, actually, loads of people are talking about Fallout. Because I tell you what, my feed is just non-stop Fallout right now.
Okay.
And admittedly so, a lot of it is angry. But it's anger about, in general, I think X just fosters that kind of relentless debate and anger and my take's better than your take kind of thing. So I've been yeah. I know, right? It's shocking. But I've been rage baiting the Fallout community on Twitter just by saying like, you know what? I like every Fallout game. I like all the TV shows, and I actually really love the mobile game too. You know, and man, that's a great way to get engagement. It's just make everyone hate you. That's the best way to get engagement. I find.
For the last like maybe a couple weeks or month or whatever, my timeline was mostly Chicago Bears related. Like. Because
didn't they win or something?
They won. Well, they got into the playoffs, and then they had a dramatic comeback against the arch rival Packers, and then this past weekend they almost pulled it out against the Rams, but like that was basically what my Twitter feed was. It was basically Chicago Bears stuff.
Why are they called the Packers?
Because they suck and they pack. I don't know. Green Bay Packers. Maybe do they pack cheese? I'm not sure why they're called the Packers.
Work in a factory or something. Like there's a huge plot point of the Fallout TV show is that's the sarsaparilla factory packing the sarsaparilla.
You know what? I know Paris was listening earlier, so I'll say this directly to Paris. I think one of the reasons why Fallout Season 2 isn't pulling the numbers that Fallout Season 1 did.
Here we go.
Outside of it being second season is because they went from the binge to weekly. The binge made Fallout. And now there's like, well, you know what? We're gonna have it, so we just release an episode a week. And I think some of those like websites that release like the numbers have shown like there's a decline from Fallout Season 1 to Season 2. I'm gonna blame squarely on the weekly release episodic thing instead of doing a binge. If they binged it, it still would have been as huge as it was. I still think it's pretty big. I still think Amazon said it was like their 4th biggest returning series ever, which is pretty big, but they won't give like viewership numbers and stuff, which implies that like obviously not as good as Season 1 or whatever, but I've mess with the binge. One episode. Paris. Yeah, don't mess with the binge.
See, I have kind of binged it because I haven't been watching it weekly because I was waiting to come back to Germany to watch it with my girlfriend. So I've kind of binged it. I'm like, I got one episode to go. I haven't seen the latest one, but we binge like the first million episodes of the show. And I kind of do like I'm someone who likes to be contrarian, you know. And if everyone hates it, then I'll try and figure out ways to love it just to piss everyone off. But I do really genuinely see where people are coming from with this season, and I'm not going to spoil it for anyone who hasn't watched it yet. But I kind of feel like this is almost like a bridging season. Like they've spent a lot of this season establishing factions and characters and things that I think they're going to pull together later. And you know, Fallout's a really big universe. And I really think that's kind of where they're going with it. They've probably got an end. My guess is they've got an ending in mind, right? They know they're only doing so many seasons, so they want to introduce as many elements and as much fan service as possible before then. I would hope that they don't do that to the point where it detriments the overall story, because it does feel like when I was watching that shit, I was like, oh my god, it's overwhelming. Like I kept having to pause it and explain to my girlfriend like some of the backstory and some of the factions they were showing. But I think it had pacing issues. But overall, I've really enjoyed it. I thought it was Fallout. It's fucking Fallout, man. What's not to love, man? I love it. Give me more. I would take 10 seasons of this show, bro.
I mean, I think they had plans for 5 seasons. So, but
give me 10 million seasons.
I also hate the idea of the 8-episode TV shows because it's just like it just started, which is great for me because I can binge it, but it's like it's almost over. It's like I've seen people complain that it's not, you know, some of the episodes are shallow or they don't move the story forward, and with only 8 episodes, it's like, come on, what are we doing? We're wasting.
They're introducing,
time here, you know, like
they're introducing too much stuff. I think they went too hard on multiple new factions. Like people are barely like acquainted with the Brotherhood of Steel, and they're throwing in like all these other factions from New Vegas, and you know it's great as a fan, but it really reminded me of watching the Warcraft movie, and kept having to pause it and explain things because like in the Warcraft movie, they try to get through too much of the game stuff and the fan service too quickly, to the point where you don't know what's going on. It's like, oh, here's this character, this nostalgic Warcraft character, and it's like, wait, is that a good time to be introducing that? Really, I kind of felt like that with this season, but you know, I think they'll probably, hopefully, there are people who are giving genuinely good feedback on some of this stuff, and not just people who are raging about it, like, oh my god, it's not like Fallout 2, or the lore is not perfect and that kind of thing, and actually like sit there and think about like, are these pacing issues like worth sorting out in season 3? But we'll see. For what it is, I absolutely love it still, and I'm just glad that we're getting video game based media that's on this kind of level now that we just never got before. You know, Cyberpunk. I'm thinking about things like Cyberpunk Edge Runners.
Sure.
I'm thinking of things like Fallout. You know, I'm not a League of Legends fan, but like the Arcane show was supposedly really good too.
Yeah, Last of Us
like,
and stuff, right?
We never got this stuff as Hollywood didn't consider gaming to be a real thing that was worth giving their time to, but now millennials and Gen X are running the show, so now we're actually getting this shit. And you know, speaking of that, like Star Wars has got a new lead. David Filoni's now leading all of Star Wars now, which I would hope is.
But then didn't it come out that he didn't like Andor? Which says to me, like, should you be leading Star Wars, considering it's the greatest thing Star Wars has done in forever, and you didn't like it?
Are you sure he said that, or is that just some social media
that
bullshit?
came across my feed. He was like, he didn't like it or whatever.
Oh,
and it's just like,
mate, I've got to check that.
I don't know.
That's crazy.
I mean, if he didn't,
true.
I'd be like, I'd question, be like,
oh boy,
why? Because it didn't have lightsabers. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's the greatest thing Star Wars has done since basically the original trilogy. It was my favorite TV show of 2025. You know, like, you're gonna tell me you hated it? Like, get out of here. You're running Star Wars now?
I mean, it's kind of, it's according to the Wrap, Filoni dislikes Andor, so it's like it's some kind of rumor from this website, the Wrap. I don't know. So maybe it's true, maybe it's not. But it kind of, when you said that, it kind of reminded me of everyone's saying that Todd hates New Vegas. You know,
yeah.
and it's like they've just given you a whole TV show about New Vegas, and then people are like, oh yeah, but he did this, and you know, I'm not going to spoil it, but you know, people love this meme that Todd hates Obsidian in New Vegas, and it's just like it's just not, it's not true, man. It's the weirdest rumor ever, and I wondered if the Dave Filoni thing with Star Wars is that, but I would hope that they look to Andor for where to take the show, because that's one of the only shows this side of Mandalorian that really did anything. And
Mandalorian fell off too, so
I do wonder if like Mandalorian fell off because his attention started getting divided, because there was these reports as well last week that, you know, using Todd Howard as an example again, like a former Bethesda employee, I can't remember exactly his name, but he was like a high up producer, and he said that he waited for 10 years to become a director or lead runner, and he was told that he'd be able to, I believe he was told that he was going to be able to direct Starfield or Elder Scrolls 6 or something like that, but he was like sidelined and he felt led on or something like that. So like, and then he said in that, I think he said in that same piece, and I'm paraphrasing, he said something like, Todd Howard's become really diluted in the sense that he's asked to do a lot of things and wear a lot of different hats now, which means that his sort of ability to really produce and direct the games has become diminished. Like he's like, and look what Todd Howard's trying to do. He's trying to like, he's executive producer on the TV show. He's obviously going to be producer on Skyrim, and then all these other games that are being worked, not Skyrim, Elder Scrolls 6, and all these other games that are being worked on. So like, I kind of see that, and I wonder if it's similar for Dave Filoni and some of these other teams that they grow so big that now the attention's sort of divided up, and the talent the person that was meant to be the guy can no longer do it. It's like me. I'm asked to work on budgets and spreadsheets and stuff now, and that's apparently how a writer advances their career. I'm good at writing and I'm good at journalism, but in order to advance my career, I've got to become a manager now. I don't want to be a manager, but if I want to earn more money, I've got to be a manager and learn spreadsheets and emails and PR and being a good employee, you know, that kind of stuff. I don't know. I just want Fallout 5, man, somehow.
Yeah, well, maybe in 10 years.
10 years?
Maybe in 10 years.
You know what happened to me? I had an existential crisis this week, Ren.
Yeah.
My hair's quite curly, right? My hair's quite curly, and I usually tie it up as well, like in a ponytail or a bun or something, a man bun. But like my girlfriend straightened her hair, and she was like, "Can I straighten your hair?" I was like, "Yeah, straighten it for fun." You know what I discovered, Rand?
What?
And I never knew this because I always tie my hair up, and I've never seen it straight. My hair's turning white, man.
Oh.
Going grey. I got tons of grey hairs, man. Now I've got an existential crisis, bro. I'm 40 this year, bro. And you're telling me I've got to wait 10 years for Fallout 5? I'm not even gonna be here, bro.
Yeah.
I'm gonna die of old age before I get this shit.
Yeah, well,
it's over for me, bro.
Blame Todd. You know?
Blame Todd? I can't blame Todd. I love Todd. Todd's the best, bro. I love Todd.
Say we have a member chat here from Sith Lord who says, "Rand, I'm glad you're not dead cold today, and next week stay warm, stay safe. Jez, do the same. Thanks for making my Friday on dialysis." Well, we're happy we can make your day better, and it is pretty damn cold, and it's supposed to be pretty damn cold for a while. I was telling Jez today's low is -7 degrees, and right now it is a whopping 0 degrees Fahrenheit in Chicago, and in a couple hours it'll be negative. This will be like the actual, not wind chill. This is actual temperature, Jez. In a couple hours it'll be -5. At midnight it'll be -7, with wind chills up to -25, and then tomorrow, tomorrow's has a high of 10 degrees with a low of -7. And then Sunday, 17 degrees with a low of 1. Monday, high of 8, low of -3. Yeah, like all the lows are basically single digits, not even getting up to 10. Yeah, so it's yeah, what does it feel like right now? It feels like -10 degrees outside, apparently. Not a fun time to be outside in that weather, for sure.
It's 30 Fahrenheit where I am right now, and we think that's pretty cold.
I mean, 30 Fahrenheit is kind of cold, I would say, but could you imagine 0?
No, I don't know.
That's what I was saying. Like we mentioned Nick earlier. Nick's like Nick thinks like 50 degrees Fahrenheit's cold, and 50 degrees Fahrenheit's like, hey, they're gonna bust out the shorts and everything over here. You know, like 50 Fahrenheit's pretty chill, pretty great. He's like 50 Fahrenheit's freezing over here, and I'm like, geez, you've never experienced true cold. Have Nick come over here to like Chicago or like Minnesota when it's like -10 degrees and see. I just would love to just like Nick to be like, I'm coming to Chicago in the winter when it's like -5 degrees, and just see his face as he steps off the plane at O'Hare and finally feels the weather and that wind hits his face. I would love to see his reaction to that. Absolutely love to see that.
I'm going to Okinawa soon, and that is going to be pretty damn tropical and warm, and that's kind of spooky, man. Don't like it when it's too warm.
Let's see, we have a Wildy Kid who says, hear me out, Forza Horizon 6 X Ghostwire Tokyo collab. That would be cool if Ghostwire Tokyo was still a thing, I think. If it was, I could easily see a collab, but I don't really think it is. So what
about a big Capcom collab? So like, I know Forza has that zombie mode, right? Where the cars are zombies.
Yes.
What about a
yes.
mode where you run over zombies, or a mode where you have to drive and run away from like hunter monsters or something? I mean, that'd be pretty cool. There's a lot of opportunities for collabs with Forza, I find. I just can't get into it, man. I don't know why. I'm not a car guy, I guess. Some people are car guys. I'm not a car guy. You know, we drive a Volkswagen Golf. I say we, my girlfriend does. I don't drive. I'm a passenger princess, man.
Are you?
Yeah, I am a passenger princess. That's me, bro. How I roll. Oh man. Everyone's debating temperatures now in chat. So there's this whole thing, I don't know, on social media where Americans like talk about how cold it is in London and Britain. Because it's quite humid in England, even when it's cold. So like you get like cold water stuck to your body. So even though like the temperature isn't that bad, you can still just feel absolutely miserable. But I never felt like that. I mean, I went out in shorts and t-shirt earlier. My girlfriend thinks I'm crazy, but I don't know. What shall we discuss next, bro?
Let's see. I want to see if we have any more. We have one more super chat from Champagne Supernova. It says Riot's 2XKO came to console before Wild Rift, Jez.
That is true. I haven't tried that yet. It doesn't seem to have made much of a dent, really. I don't know. But yeah, Riot was supposed to bring Wild Rift to console, which I would have thought they would have brought to Xbox before the fighting game. I would have thought like they brought Wild Rift to console, they would be completely uncontested. There's no MOBA on console at all. So, you know, you've got the whole runway. Whereas, like, you compete with Street Fighter on console, which I think is a losing battle, probably, for that audience. I don't know. But that is weird. But we have to think about Riot, right? Riot is the company that cancelled Hytale, let it go, and then immediately Hytale sold 1 million copies. So maybe Riot doesn't really know what it's doing right now. You see that, Rand? Hytale, like Riot was funding a Minecraft.
Oh, the Minecraft thing? The Minecraft thing? Yeah, and then Riot tried doing it, and then somebody bought it back from Riot or whatever?
Yeah, Riot was going to cancel it. The developer, the creator, bought it back from Riot, put it in early access, and immediately sold 1 million copies. And it's like, Jesus, that is the fumble of the century, I think. Absolutely the fumble of the century. And now they're doing the same with, like, some of their other stuff. I don't know. And Navy Shadow says, Jez, Smite exists. Yes, Smite does exist, but hasn't Smite really dropped off? I don't know. That's kind of my perception of this. Like, didn't they split the player base between Smite 1 and 2 and people are pissed off and all that kind of thing? It kind of reminds me about... it kind of reminds me of other games that have done this. Like, what's that crime game? That's simulation crime game. I can't remember its name now. Payday? Is it Payday? Where Payday tried to release sequels and people didn't want to play the sequels. They wanted to keep the old version.
Payday 3 and it didn't work.
Or Splitgate.
Like some people went back to play Payday 2 instead.
Yeah, and you got like Splitgate as well. Did kind of the same thing. I don't know. I don't know, man.
Let's talk about the Dev Direct, since we've got some
it.
questions about it. It's the bigger news thing from this week. The one thing I want to mention beforehand we get started is sometimes I feel like, and this can go for anything really. This can go towards showcases to PlayStation's own like state of play stuff, where sometimes people build up their expectations based on nothing, just based on feelings or based on other people feeding rumors, and then when it doesn't happen, they're upset.
I'm mad at Microsoft.
Like, people would send me stuff the last couple weeks, and it was like, there's going to be 6 games at this thing. And it was just like, there's not. But their reasoning was because the font they were using, the G looked like a 6. And I'm just like, that's not a hint. That's the font they've been using for the show for like years now. And you know, there's gonna be 3 secret games or 2 secret. It's like they don't do like the secret. Like there's like 1. Like we've seen the Dev Direct either have 5 games or 4 games. You know, so it's like I don't know where people are getting with 6. And then it was just like I've seen people come in and be like, Fable's gonna shadow drop, or Fable's coming out in March or April or whatever. And it's like, where do you like? Why do you think that would be the case? Like, I don't understand. Like, you're just setting yourself up for like disappointment to think a game as big as Fable, a game that really hasn't been shown outside of 2 small trailers that were cut super fast, is suddenly going to release in 2 months or come out like nowhere. Or the Fallout 3 remake, Fallout New Vegas remake. Yes. That's a shadow drop in 2, and it's like, why would you think that? Why? Like, I don't understand. Like the Fallout stuff is still, at least from what I know, years away, a year away. Like I don't know. Sometimes I question people's. Sometimes I just look at look, and I'm not saying those things wouldn't be cool. Would it be cool if Fable was out next month? Absolutely. Would it be awesome if Fallout 3 Remaster was available today? 100%. Would it be cool if there was 6 games instead of 4? Absolutely. But you got to look at like history and all these sort of things and dev time, and it's like, would Fallout have been ready considering they had just shipped Oblivion in April? Like, is it really going to be ready that fast in less than a year? Like, be realistic here. Like, probably not. Like, are they going to have 6 games when they only advertise 3 just because the font looks like a 6? Is Fable, this game they spent millions and millions and millions of dollars on, suddenly going to drop without any sort of marketing push? Sometimes I just question people's logic and how they think through things, and they'll glom on to what content creators would say that like peddle and that sort of stuff, and I'm just like, because I'll get people ask me, oh, do you think Fable's releasing in March? And I'd be like, absolutely not. 0% chance. And they're like, oh, and then they get sad when I say that, and it's just like, that's what come on, like, why would you think differently? You know what I'm talking about, Jez? I mean, because I know
I know exactly. I mean, I literally put out an article the other day because, like I said, my feed is just non-stop Fallout right now. And I did see this thing being pushed by Fallout creators that Fallout New Vegas and Fallout 3 are going to shadow drop during the Dev Direct. And I saw it on Instagram as well and YouTube Shorts, and I was like, no, this is not what's happening. So I put out an article that was like, this is not happening, but here's what I know about Fallout 3 and New Vegas remasters, remakes, whatever. And then there were people like quote tweeting me saying like, I'm here for when this guy's wrong, stuff like that. It's like, I'm gonna go back and troll some of those people after the show, but yeah, I don't know. It's fun to like have hope and stuff, but it's also like you've got to be reasonable. Like, you can't blame Microsoft because you played yourself.
Yeah, I've seen people do the same with PlayStation shows where they think like every single studio is going to have a game, and it's like, bro, you're just set. Like, we've seen the structures of state of plays. At most, they might have 1 or 2. They're not going to have 5 or 10. Like, you're just. And then people go to the Jeff Keighley poll or whatever, then they're upset because like they didn't get what they wanted to see or whatever. You know what I mean? It's just like. Oh, the secret game is going to be this. The secret game is going to be Halo. And it's like, why would the secret game be Halo? Why would the secret game be Gears? It's a game that's already announced. Like, why would they need to hide it? Like, the secret game would be something that's unannounced. Like, people don't think logically through these things. Like, why would Gears be a surprise? Gears would be forefront right in the marketing of it. Like, tune in to see Gears. Just like it was for his. Like, tune in to see Forza and Fable. Like, they're not hiding those big things. Like, I just don't. I get people want to be excited about everything, and I'm not saying you shouldn't be excited for stuff, but I'm just saying, like, you need to just. the unreal expectations that people get because of what people say on Twitter or what they say on YouTube or whatever, you need to just think logically through it all and be like, does any of this make sense? And a lot of the times, it absolutely doesn't. So, yeah. With that said, what did you think of the show, Jez? Would you overall? I mean, we don't really need to talk about the presentation because the presentation for these directs have kind of been the same. You know, you get like a 10-minute look at each one of the games at the show. This one was 4 games. I think Dev Direct is. I like the presentation of Dev Direct because I like to get to see more of actual like gameplay instead of just like here's a really cool trailer that they would do at like a Game Awards or the showcase and stuff. So I like seeing the game being played. So I appreciate that nature of the show, even though like the dev talking stuff is kind of more overproduced now than I think it's ever been. You know, like in a way, like, hey, Tim Schafer's got like little bib on, he's like, doing things. It was to me, it was always more behind the scenes, like, oh, we're gonna get this up. Now it's more set up as like a story thing. It was just like, you know, we're not really catching Double Fine talking. It's just, I know it's like a little bit funny because it fits in with the game, but this one I felt was a little bit more, I don't want to say over the top, but more produced than the other ones, which I don't necessarily think is bad. No, I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but I did sort of like pick up on that as it went along, but I still really enjoy how they present these. And I kind of wish we got more of these like throughout the year, which I know is not really possible because I know these take a lot of time and all that sort of stuff. And maybe 25th anniversary, maybe we could get more. Maybe there's one after the showcase where it's like, here's a deep dive into like more of a deep dive into Fable, Gears, and Halo or whatever. But yeah, it's always something.
I'll tell you. I mean, I have heard that they are exploring doing another one this year.
Well, if there's a year to do it, it's this year.
Yeah. So like, don't be surprised if we do get another Dev Direct this year at some point. Don't know when, but they've got pretty decent amount of stuff to show.
They also do a partner preview like March time. We'll see if they do one this year. They skipped last year's for whatever reason. Because last year's was supposed, like I remember last year's when it was supposed to be in March, that was when the Final Fantasy games were supposed to be announced for Xbox. And they canceled that partner preview, and then they moved the Final Fantasy announcements to the showcase. So we'll see if they have another partner preview sometime early this year. There are a lot of games coming out early this year, so maybe they can, but
I heard specifically Dev Direct that they were exploring for this year, but we'll see what happens. Overall, I thought the show was very good. You know, I was pleasantly surprised by, I think above everything, and I know you probably don't care about it much, but I was really pleasantly surprised by, what's it called now? Beast and Reincarnation, I think it's called.
Yes. Is it because you're looking at that game and like, you're the developers of Pokemon? Why doesn't Pokemon look like that?
No, not necessarily. I do generally think it looks really good. Like at first I was just like, it looks kind of generic. And then as it went on, and I think it did maybe go on a little bit too long. I think that's a game that could have benefited from a walkthrough rather than this jump cut kind of format, maybe. But I did really enjoy the combat system. It looked very good. It looked like a blend. It looked very Final Fantasy VII Remake-esque, where it's like, yeah, you can parry, you can hack and slash, but you can also like, you've got this dog, which you can pause time and like do sort of more strategic kind of combat-y kind of things with it. So that was pleasant surprise for me, you know. Obviously day one Game Pass, day one Xbox Play Anywhere, so that also made it look cool, and it looks like a game that'll run well on the Xbox Ally. Increasingly, I'm interested in games that will give me a fun time on the Ally. I do spend a disproportionate amount of time on the Ally these days, for whatever reason. So that's that one. And also, I think I was pleasantly surprised by Fable, to be honest. I was not expecting it to be as good as it looked, or as in depth as it looked. Now we talked about talked a bit earlier about like the how in depth the gameplay they showed was. I personally thought like it looked pretty in depth to me. Like the one thing that that's always kind of bugged me about Microsoft as a game development entity, specifically Xbox Game Studios. I've always had this perception, right or wrong, that they focus too much on like, is this actually going to get engagement, telemetry this, telemetry that kind of thing, right? So my perception, right or wrong, has often been, Rand, that I think Microsoft prioritizes features that they're absolutely certain will get engagement over things that are fun. And I think things that are fun can add a lot of flavor, which boosts engagement and which don't necessarily measure well in a spreadsheet, if I'm explaining myself correctly. So I think Hideo Kojima, for example, puts a lot of features in his games that maybe not necessarily a lot of people can use. Stuff like, you know, uh, the cardboard box stuff, you know. And cardboard boxes are pretty useful, but like I never really used the cardboard box as a fast travel system or half the things you can do with the cardboard box in a Metal Gear Solid game, you know. But they're fun, they add flavor, and it creates these shareable, memorable moments that I think Xbox and Microsoft in general really undervalue in their telemetry-driven kind of way. But Fable has those features, all those classic sort of Fable features like marrying the villagers, divorcing the villagers, having babies with the villagers, evicting the villagers, you know, all that kind of weird stuff. When they could have just made a generic action game, they kind of went that extra mile to add a lot of flavor. So that really made me excited that they actually bothered to add all of that flavor, which I think Microsoft games typically don't nail, to be honest. And also, I really thought Forza looked fantastic. And I mentioned before, I'm not that into racing games, but the detail, the sound design, especially, it really feels like Playground they're getting up to that level, man. And people dismiss Playground, I think, because they didn't make those story-driven games, character-driven games that you can connect with on an emotional level, especially the kind of games that the San Fran Cabal like, Rand. The kind of games that might win Game of the Year, you know? Not to be, you know, too conspiratorial about it, but I do think this is exactly the kind of game that will land with the kind of people that influence others. And I think that's the kind of game that will put Playground games on that next level in terms of people perceiving them to be on the level of, you know, Sony Santa Monica, a Rockstar, hopefully, eventually, that kind of thing. So it was really cool to see Playground grow as a studio, I suppose, with regards to all of that. And also, I don't know, man. I just thought it was all of a pretty good show. Maybe some of it went on too long, a little bit too much waffling, maybe not enough raw gameplay shown, like overproduced, like you said, Rand. But overall, I give that show maybe a B plus or an A minus. I, you know, nothing exactly like blew me away, like oh my god, like you know. But I really enjoyed it, man. So,
Yeah, I mean, I probably give it a B plus. I didn't care for Beast of Reincarnation whatsoever. Maybe it's a game I'll play eventually, but like
we know you don't like.
I'm not sure if anybody was really tuning in to watch that game, but I just think it's like a game that like Microsoft always highlights a third party partner or whatever, and clearly I think people were tuning in.
Have its audience.
People were like, this one was basically people want to see Fable, and there's a reason they structured it the way they did, so Fable was last, right? Because like you could have done it, because last year when they did it, it was like Ninja Gaiden I think was first, and Doom was last. It was like Ninja Gaiden was first, and then they did South of Midnight, and I forget what the third game was, and I think they ended with Doom: The Dark Ages, because Doom: The Dark Ages had the release date. And it was like, oh, by the way, Doom, because remember, it was like the two guys at id, they walked into the theater with all their co-workers around them. They're like, we're excited that, you know, Doom's coming like May 21st or whatever it was, and that was the end of the direct. So when I was thinking about this direct and how it would be presented, I had like two scenarios. It was going to be either Forza starts the show, and then goes to Beast of Recreation, and it goes to Kiln, and then it ends with Fable. because people want to see Fable, and that's like the show piece. That's the centerpiece of this whole thing. Or they could have it where Fable opens the show, it's Beast of Reincarnation, Kiln, and end with Fable because Fable's the one that's going to have the release date. Where it's like, hey, we're coming in 4 months. Similar to last year's with Doom. But I was like, oh, maybe they... But my guess was that they would end with Fable because they know there's a lot of anticipation surrounding that game. Not so much Forza because, let's be honest, it's the 6th Forza game. Even though, like, watching them talk about Forza, I got excited because I do love Forza Horizon. And, you know, it's you don't really think about it because it's like, oh, another Forza Horizon game, but it's been 5 years almost. Like it'd be 4.5 by the time Forza Horizon 6 comes out because Forza Horizon 5 came out in 2021. You know, because there was a point in time where those releases were every 2 years, and then it kind of was like 3 years in between 4 and 5, and now it's like a big, like 4.5, almost 5 year gap, which makes you think like, well, what took so long, or why'd you need the extra dev time, I guess. But, yeah, watching it was just like, yeah, man, Japan, can't wait to race in there. They ended the whole thing with like a reveal of basically you're going to be racing a Gundam, which is kind of super crazy because, you know, like Forza always has those races where you're racing some ridiculous thing like a hot air balloon or a train or something. And it's like, well, how could they one up that? Because you've sort of done what you could do in like the Forza games. It's like, well, why not a big giant mech? Okay, sign me up for that. And even my buddy who doesn't really like racing games is really excited for it to be in Japan. And then the Gundam thing sent him over the top because he's a huge Gundam fan, right?
Kind of where I'm at, to be honest.
But I mean, like Forza Horizon, like 6 looks absolutely ridiculous. Like it looks so good. I don't know if did you see like when they were showing it being played at people at their workstations that they had they were hiding whatever they were playing on. Like they weren't they had covers over it, which would they be hiding Xbox dev kits, or would they be hiding PlayStation dev kits, or are they hiding like some is that, are they deving, or, you know, is that supposed to be like the next Xbox dev? You know what I'm saying? Like I saw that and my first thought was like, what are they trying to hide there? What are they trying to hide? Playground game, you know what I mean?
Interesting, isn't it?
I did notice that did stand out. So Forza looks great. Forza's going to be huge. I can't wait to play it on May 14th, May 19th. I think is the real the release date. May 4th. Did you notice they increased the price of the high end edition though?
No, I didn't.
So previously the games were, well, I think, yeah. I mean, I guess it makes sense because Forza Horizon 5 was $60. Microsoft didn't raise the prices of their games until Redfall, right? I think Redfall was the first one. And it was like $70. So now I think the base edition of Forza Horizon 5 is $70. So there's a $10 price increase. Because previously, like the premium editions of Forza were $100, and they came with the 2 expansions and some car passes and things. And the Game Pass upgrade path was, I think, $35, including the Game Pass discount. Well, so the base game's $70 now, and then the premium edition's $120. So the Game Pass upgrade path is $60 instead of like the previous 40 or 35. I don't know if you saw that or not.
I didn't, but I mean, they are trying to boost margins however they can. They're looking at every
it's almost
lever.
like upgrade. It's like, hey, you want to upgrade if you want to use your Game Pass thing to play it early. It's basically like you're buying the game, you know, because it's $60, right? That is something that jumped out at me. I'm like, oh, so not only do they increase that, but also like the premium edition is $20 more expensive because it used to be $100 and you get 2 expansions and all the other stuff. And now it's the same thing, but now it's $20 more expensive, which I guess you could be like, well, 10 of that's understandable because it's included, like the base game is now 70 instead of 60, but it's like, what's the other 10? There's just something that jumped out at me when I was looking at the pre-orders on my Xbox. I was like, oh, $120 for the premium edition. Okay. But man, I was thinking, because we could talk about Fable, but I was thinking, honestly, like, because Forza Horizon 6 is going to be one of the biggest games of the year, right? And
Sure.
it's going to be highly rated, as it always is. And I was thinking, man, if they also pull off Fable this year, where Fable's also a big success, but also a critical success, I mean, would anybody has there? And I can't think of it, but has any dev released like 2 games in a calendar year within a few months of each other that would have had not only the commercial success but the critical success in the same calendar year? Like, I don't think this will happen.
At some point, you have to give. At some point, even the haters will have to give Xbox some props here. I mean, last year they released a ton of games, and yeah, some of them weren't particularly amazing. Like, Avowed or Outer Worlds didn't seem to do that well. But they released a ton of games, and we're getting to a point now where not only they release a ton of games, but they're going to release games that are commercial and critical success stories. At what point do like certain YouTubers who basically build a whole channel around crying about Xbox, literally, at what point do they have to start? It's being like,
they'll never.
What? Actually, I can't spin this anymore. Even I can't spin this anymore. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Sure,
but,
I know exactly what you're talking about, but I don't think this will happen. But there's a possibility, however slight it may be, that Forza Horizon 6 and Fable get nominated for Game of the Year. Like, I'm sure maybe some website somewhere will have that as like a thing. I was more like referring to the Keeleys, but then the reason I say that's a slight thing, because I really don't think there's any chance Forza game gets nominated for Game of the Year. So I already think that the idea of like a dev getting
the racing game tag,
because it's a racing game.
Racing game tag.
Yeah, I think if Fable's really, really good, yeah, it absolutely could. But I don't think no matter how good Forza Horizon is, there's zero chance any of the journos or any of the people would vote for it for Game of the Year, because it's a racing game. But if they nail both games, it's like you gotta. Not only would it be, I think, pretty unprecedented for a developer to put out 2 games in a year that would hit those things, but you gotta then put like Playground Games is one of the best developers in the world at that point. But like to go from a open world car, arcade racer to not only that, but like the biggest car racer game, game in the world to, oh no, we just also nailed open world action RPG. Like. That would be one of the most impressive feats out there from any game dev.
It's certainly not something we would have expected to be saying Matt Booty's Xbox would be capable of. And like Playground's always gotten its props as a racing game developer. But like you say, racing game developers are often just, not given what they're due. I think unfairly to some degree, because they don't make games that connect with people on an emotional level for whatever reason, blah, 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 blah. We talked about it earlier. But like, if they can really deliver that kind of experience as well, because I do think creating a story-driven game is more complicated. Because not only do you need, it's a multidisciplinary kind of game, right? You have to bring, like, it's not just the art and the systems together. It's the art, the systems, the flavor, the writing, the characters, the motion capture, the voice acting. Like, it becomes a far more complicated proposition, and delivering that requires a unique amount of vision, I think, to pull off, a unique amount of money and unique amount of risk. And that's always eluded Xbox for a long time, pulling that off. They've acquired their way into it in some cases, but I really think this is just I think this is a turning point for them. I think we're starting to see the hard work really well and truly paying off. And I think we're not just going to be saying this about Playground in the years to come. I think eventually we will be saying about Obsidian. We will be saying about an Exile. I think we will be saying it about even, Undead Labs, I even think we'll be saying about Double Fine, because I've heard Double Fine is working on a much bigger, more ambitious product after Kiln. It's just like Kiln was just sort of like what they're working on in the interim.
Did you
and they
hear
do
what
have a more ambitious
Craig
project coming.
Duncan said today about State of Decay 3?
Yeah, he said it's coming along nicely, right? Something like that.
I mean, not exactly what he said, but I guess that's a good. I don't even have really a good paraphrase, but he said.
I didn't read what he said. I just remember seeing it come across the Slack channel.
Craig Duncan on whether we'll see State of Decay 3 this year. Quote: "Here's what I'll say. I have done a number of visits to that studio in the last 6 to 8 months. I have sat and played the game with the team a bunch of times. It's coming on really well. We're very excited about the franchise and its potential. So I will certainly see a lot. More of it in the coming year." Is that a good answer to your question? So I mean, yeah, I guess.
I mean, that's pretty much what I've been told too.
I
mean, State of Decay is for me. That's the game. That is the one I want to see hit. It's everything that I like in a game: survival simulation game, multiplayer, play with my friends, build a base. You know, like the Valheim kind of. I was playing Valheim hardcore for a while. Kind of dropped off it now, but that's kind of what I'm hoping for as SDK. So that's my game. That's the game I'm most excited about to see. So it's cool to hear him say some of that stuff.
Yeah,
and it's cool to see them give it the time it needs to get to that level. And I think we've all bitched about the potential impact of going multi-platform has had on Xbox as an ecosystem, but at the same time, it's like when you are leveraging PlayStation's install base, which is vast, combining that with Xbox's install base, which is big enough by itself, and maybe even adding Nintendo Switch's install base into the mix as well. Because I've heard Fable hasn't been written off for a Nintendo Switch port either. It's just something they're going to look at later. And so eventually you start saying to yourself, well, if we've got this huge install base, if we've sort of removed the quote unquote artificial barriers on ourselves, because it is artificial. There's no reason why any Xbox game couldn't be ported to other systems. It's always been a case of like, well, we can't do this because it'll destroy Xbox. But maybe it won't destroy Xbox because all the Xbox people who don't really care about exclusives, they're going to stick around because they're locked in, for better or worse, because of digital or whatever. But maybe we end up getting much, much better games out of it because they can take on that bigger risk. They can say like, okay, well, back in the day, we could only take on this much amount of risk, but now we know we're going to have this kind of addressable audience. We can now take on a much bigger risk. We can grow these studios much more to the level of like a CD Projekt Red or a Rockstar, and because now we've got this much more vast addressable audience potentially. I think Fable's probably the first evidence of that fact, that when there's more audience, they can take on bigger risks, and I kind of want to see how that translates to some of the other games, right? And I think it will. Any of the studios that are sort of being developed now for multi-platform releases, they can take on these bigger risks. And I think when you've got the audience, you can invest, hopefully, in having a more ambitious goal in mind. But execution, Rand, that's always where historically Xbox has stumbled at the last hurdle. So none of it's a silver bullet. It's still going to be a ton of work. But I'm excited, man. I'm seeing all that, seeing Fable come together like that. I'm pretty excited, man. I can only speak for myself.
So, Kiln was the secret game shown off by Double Fine.
Yeah.
Which, I don't think was much of a secret, considering you basically hinted it out in your article about it, if people understood the reference. I'm not sure people thought of building your own pottery things and going on to brawl with them. So what was your initial impressions of Kiln?
Well, that's kind of like what I'd heard the game was. I think I did talk about it on one of the shows last week or the week before, and I think I did talk about on Xbox 2 on Patreon and maybe on Discord as well. So it was interesting seeing what I'd imagined in my head kind of realized. But the first thing I thought, Rand, was how many penises are we going to get out of this game?
millions or none, depending on if they have a filter for not building such
Do you think they're gonna have a penis filter?
I
I
wouldn't put it past them.
Yeah,
Because
we might.
I would imagine, you know what I'd imagine? I would imagine a dev at that studio probably tried creating one. You know what I mean?
I mean, you give those tools out.
Exactly. You give those tools out.
What's gonna happen?
One of the devs at Double Fine, I guarantee you, were like, how accurate can I make one of these? You know, it has to. It has to.
Well, that's what I'll be building first. But it did look like a game like I could see being fun. Gembox 360's house with a couple of drinks and things like that. But but that's the thing I thought first was like, I need friends to be able to play this, and when I'm in Germany, the amount of gamers that I'm around is very limited.
Online,
my girlfriend doesn't
play
game.
online, bro.
No, we don't play online. We're scared of strangers, bro.
Yeah,
strangers
and their penis creations in that game.
Yeah, strangers and their penis creations, like they're scary, bro. It's why I don't play Arc Raiders, because strangers are scary, bro. I don't want to deal with that shit. But maybe Kiln's okay. Maybe it'll be a friendly game with strangers. Maybe it won't be so spooky. I don't know. I'll check it out. I know it's probably not the kind of game you would be hyped for. But I do think, yeah, I think
a party brawler, a brawler in that sense. No,
no.
Look, I mean, I don't have any interest in playing. I'm not saying I won't, but I did think like building your own sort of creation and stuff, and what do they call it, the pottery wheel or whatever. I did think that looked cool, like the things you could build with it.
Yeah.
And I do think Double Fine being able to make what they want is a cool thing, especially in the era of layoffs and projects terminated, and the way the industry is. It's like, especially considering it's Xbox and it's Microsoft, and it's, they've talked about how like they want to focus on big IPs and stuff, and it's like, here's Double Fine, they're making a online pottery multiplayer brawler. It doesn't exactly roll off your tongue, and it's also a game that probably doesn't really have
it doesn't have mass appeal.
It won't
not without the Nintendo logo, at least,
or whatever. So it's kind of like it's almost like, yeah, we sort of expect you not to make any money on this. Almost kind of like Keeper. It's like, I played Keeper and I quite enjoyed it. And when I was playing, and I was just like, this is a game that they're just allowed to make, but they probably, Xbox or whatever, probably is not expecting a lot of return on investment for this game, right? Because it's hey, you're Lighthouse, and you're just doing what Lighthouse does, and this game's just like your pottery and your it's definitely unique. I'm not sure I've ever seen something like this before, and like I mentioned, like the whole crafting of your pot does seem fascinating, watching the different types of things you can make, and it does
different types of penises,
different types of pots, whatever. But like, then watching the gameplay, I was kind of being like, yeah, like, oh, and we're gonna go over here and we're gonna dump some water in your kiln, and I'm just like,
people like Splatoon, bro.
Yeah. I mean, I get that, but those people are on the Nintendo platform, and for whatever reason, I don't think this game's coming to Nintendo. So
yeah, this is exactly like what I'm talking about, and I think this game probably would have done better if it was launching on Nintendo. But this is like, it's probably literally they don't have the dev kits yet. Like, probably. Nintendo Switch 2 dev kits have been hard to come by, from what I've heard, and they are like working on Call of Duty for Nintendo Switch, and that should be announced fairly soon, I think, like in the next couple of months, maybe. it's like it's not far off. You know, they're testing it now and internally, and maybe with even influencers and stuff, they've got their hands on it. I mean, it's kind of why I feel like I'm getting info about it, because it's going out more broadly to some testers and things. But you know, it sounded like to me that they didn't have the dev kits, and that's why it's not been there day and day. So I'd imagine like Double Fine's probably not on the high on the list of priorities for Nintendo to get dev kits. But eventually they will get dev kits, and eventually these kind of games will probably land really well on Nintendo. And again, hopefully enable them to keep making these kind of games. Like you, I haven't gotten around to. I like that they're able to make these kind of games. I haven't gotten around to playing even myself. I checked it out at Gamescom. I was like, oh, that's really cool. But it's also like I'm very the amount of free time I've got to actually commit to a game these days is kind of limited, especially when so many games are really demanding that I spend huge amounts of time playing them in order to, do the battle pass and that kind of stuff. Like I've gotten back into Fallout 76 a bit recently, and it's like, yeah, you got to grind like crazy if you want to get these cool building blueprints. And now World of Warcraft's got this sort of whole blueprint building system, which also requires immense amount of grind, and in what universe do these developers think that I've got time to play all these games I want to play, and you're making me grind for this table? Okay, fine, I'll grind for your table. I'll grind 50 hours to get this table, fine. You've twisted my arm, developers. I got the FOMO now. But unfortunately, these creative, like, mini experiences, I tend to lose out in this universe with Kim Kardashian skins, stuff like that. Rand, did you see the Kim Kardashian Fortnite skin was one of the most popular Fortnite skins of all time?
Yeah, I saw that.
Did you see that, brother?
Sad, sad state of the world.
How do you feel about that? Yeah, do you think that's a shining indictment of our
yes,
society?
Absolutely. It's an indictment of our society as a whole.
I genuinely thought that wouldn't do well. I thought nobody's going to buy that skin. That's ridiculous. Fortnite fans don't care about Kim Kardashian. Man, they're just how out of touch am I? How out of touch am I?
They just added Dwight and Michael from The Office. Like, not even it's like Steve Carell. It's like Steve Carell, but like from The Office. So it's like Dwight and Michael from The Office are in the game now.
From the American Office.
Yeah, the only good one, right? I mean,
fake news, baby.
The British Office, who cares about that?
The OG, god damn it.
Nobody. When people talk about The Office, they never talk about the British version of it. They never talk about Ricky Gervais. You know what I mean?
Ricky Gervais is the goat, man.
I just like, we're just adding like regular people to Fortnite now. Like normally it's just like a superhero or here's Superman and
let me ask you this.
Just Michael from The Office. Like, okay.
Let me ask you this. When are we going to start getting politicians in Fortnite?
Oh, God.
I
don't know.
It's coming, man.
Is that a line they're willing to cross? I don't know.
That's the last line, isn't it? Politicians in
Fortnite. What about this? Uploading yourself to the game so you can play as yourself in Fortnite.
Oh, man. Like using AI or some bullshit?
Like using it. I mean, because, like NBA 2K tried those things where you would use like an app on your phone to like take a picture of your face so it would mold you into the game, and it never really looked right. But is that... Because I've seen YouTube now saying, oh, we're going to... you'll be able to upload yourself into AI, because you can sort of do that now. It's like, is that like the next thing of Fortnite where it's like it's just a Fortnite version of you?
But then bro, like, would you buy a skin? I mean, this is one of the issues that I've heard Fortnite's having, Rand, is that people who've bought the skins they want of their favorite characters, they just use those skins now and they don't buy the new ones. So they're trying to think like, how do we monetize these users who've got like all the skins they want and all the characters they care about, and maybe they only want to play as I don't know, Bart Simpson or something, or Cartman. They only want to play as one of those characters and they won't buy any new skins. So one thing I've heard is like they're gonna start bringing ads to Fortnite when you load the game.
Oh God! Before
you get into the game, you'll have to watch a video ad.
Oh God! I mean, I've already seen some of the discussion surrounding Xbox's cloud gaming ad tier coming soon.
Yeah.
Because I mean,
Just to clarify, I haven't heard that Fortnite's actually doing this. I just heard that games like Fortnite are going to do it, and it would make sense that Fortnite would be on the sort of frontier of that.
so what?
Just to
What do you think
clarify.
would be like? So as you ready up, because like when Fortnite you ready up, you're put in the lobby, and then you got to wait in the lobby, and then you get on the bus, and then you drop. So you're saying like if you were to add an ad, you get put into the lobby, and then you'd have to watch like a 1 minute ad before you get onto the bus to play your game, and you would have to do that.
Or in the just in the lobby, you see an ad for some random stuff, like a video ad. But I don't know.
It'd have to be a video ad that plays
insurance.
honest. I wonder how that would work, because it'd have to be. It couldn't be like an ad that just like takes over your whole screen and you can't do anything, because I think that would turn people off. Maybe it would be like a video ad on a billboard in the lobby where like people could watch it if they wanted to.
I've heard it's a full takeover video ad, bro.
Good luck to the
But
first game that tries to do that. Good luck to you, sir. Good luck to you.
But it's like if you bought a skin recently or something, you won't see an ad for like so many however long. So like you can buy a skin.
So what, they're gonna be selling like, buy this skin now and you won't have to watch ads for 2 months.
Yeah,
Wow.
or subscribe to Fallout first. Not Fallout first. Fortnite Crew.
Yeah.
Fortnite Crew.
I guess you could add that as a perk of Fortnite Crew, like subscribe to this and never get ads again. I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of ways to do that, but it's also like, is that really the future of gaming? We're going to introduce ads because we've introduced so many skins that made us so much money in the past, billions upon billions of dollars. We became the biggest game in the world, but because we've added so many skins and so much content that people have what they want, and it's like people have all this stuff, and it's like now I hate to sort of say it, but like there's like, hey, Michael and Dwight from fucking Office. Like we're really like scraping the bottom of the barrel here of cool shit you could add to Fortnite, right? Like I understand like the X-Men or the Avengers or Alien or Superman or whatever, or One Piece or Berserk or something like that, where it's like
you run out of characters eventually, man. You run out of
that's the problem.
It's like with Xbox
run out of characters.
Like Xbox saying like, oh, we've maxed out the amount of backwards compatible games we can get legally. Like eventually Fortnite will run out of characters to put in the game.
But then it's so sad that it's like we run out of characters, or people have spent as enough as they want, and now it's like, well, now we're gonna sell them ads, and it's like, really, that's the stuff.
The end.
Is that
if it's free? If it's free, the end game is ads. It's always ads. The end game.
Like, I get that. I just. And maybe people won't care, maybe because they'll be like, whatever, it's a minute. They'll just pick up their phone and watch something else. Like if you're sitting on your PC or on your console and an ad pops up, I know what I would do. I just would look at my phone for a minute, Yeah,
but that's what most people do. But like ad companies are convinced that there's value in that, and maybe there is. The whole ad economy is weird to me because well, it's a lie. I say that I never bought something based on that, but that's a complete lie. I have bought things based on ads. Instagram ads, especially. Instagram ads are creepy. They like know exactly what you want. I'll be talking to my girlfriend like one day and she'll be like, oh, maybe I need to buy some new socks. And I'll be scrolling Instagram. It's boom, there's an ad for socks. Oh, actually, those socks look pretty cool. Oh my God, they got a Fallout design on them. I'm going to buy those socks. And I buy the socks and they suck. Some cheap Temu crap,
Right.
But ads work,
of course they work. I can't do it, bro. I remember, like, specifically, I'll talk about, like, okay, I have YouTube Premium. I haven't seen an ad on YouTube since I started making content in 2016. So I've had YouTube. I think YouTube Premium is the best subscription thing out there. I couldn't imagine using YouTube without it. So I never get any
YouTube.
ads.
YouTube Premium is the best. YouTube Premium is one of the best subscriptions you can get.
Yeah, and then you get all the music stuff too. So I get that. Netflix,
infinite knowledge.
I'm on the tier with Netflix where I don't get any ads, right? So I don't get any ads on Netflix. Amazon Prime, I'm subscribed to Amazon Prime for shipping because I get stuff shipped to me all the time. But then they introduce like, oh, well, we're going to introduce ads to our shows and movies or whatever, but you could pay an extra $2 to not get it. I immediately paid the extra $2 because like I don't got time for it. I'm not watching ads. So all the subscription services that I have,
reasonable.
I don't get ads, right? And so like when I used to watch wrestling back in the day, right? I was a huge fan of the Attitude Era, of Stone Cold and The Rock and stuff. And, you know, you go to buddy's house, you watch it. Ads were just a part of the experience because you didn't really know any better, right? Ignorance wasn't bliss because TiVo wasn't invented yet. And it was just, that's something you dealt with because that was just how you consumed the content. And then eventually I think I got a TiVo when around like Lost came out. Or, you know, and I would record Lost and, you know, it's an hour show. I would wait until 15 minutes into the show, then I would start watching it on TiVo so I could fast forward through all the ads, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then like Netflix and the streaming revolution where ads weren't a thing, and then they started introducing ads because that's how it all goes. But then with wrestling, I kind of got back into it a little bit when like the Cody Rhodes versus Roman Reigns stuff, right? When CM Punk came back to WWE, right? Because he was one of my favorites. And then when WWE came to Netflix, I was like, I'm gonna see if I can watch this. Some you know, I was gonna be like, I'll watch some episodes. And so I sat down. I remember sitting down to watch the first like January 6th episode of Raw, and I turned it off within 20 minutes because there's just ads, just ads every like 5 minutes, and I'm like, I can't do this. Like I cannot deal with ads. So that completely turned me like. I'll still like, you know, I'll still like see tweets about like, hey, this is what happened on Raw or whatever. But I don't watch it anymore. There was a time where I was kind of excited to because I was like, oh man, these got a lot of my favorite people are back. But when I actually try to watch the product, I just can't because it's just littered with ads and I can't deal with it. And it's partially my fault because I've set myself up a way where I never see ads for anything. And so like watching that, I'm just like, I'm not watching ads. I'm not watching this thing and watching 5 minutes of wrestling and then I got to watch like 3 minutes of ads. Like I literally cannot do that anymore. So I stopped watching.
Nah, I dig it, man. I mean, I'm the same way, but you know, luckily for me, if you Surfshark VPN, Rand, and connect your computer to United Kingdom, you won't see any ads because you know what they do. You know what they do for Raw in the UK?
I know how they do that, yes. I know. Like, it's just like they have promos from wrestlers and stuff, and there's no ads. Because we actually get ads during the wrestling. So, like, they'll be like, the match has just started, and then 2 minutes into the match, they'll cut to ads. It's just,
it's weird in the UK. It's weird in the UK. Like, if you watch Raw, if you watch it live or like within about 6 hours, you don't get any ads. You don't get any cuts or anything. But, like, if you watch it, like 12 hours later, they will cut out the bit that had the ad in. So all of a sudden you'll be watching a match and it'll skip ahead like 2 minutes because there was an ad there. Even though like before you could have watched it, just watched the wrestling. It's so weird that they cut the wrestling out. They punish us for not having the ad. We just get a weird jump cut, you know, which is really weird. Having ads in the middle of the match is so, I think it's disrespectful for the wrestlers. Like sometimes like it'll skip ahead and it's like, oh, during the ad break, this amazing move happened. And it's like, bro, you put ads over that shit? Ads are really annoying. And I say this as someone who works on a website that has an absolutely astronomical amount of ads. But this is how you monetize free, you know? And if people don't want to buy your Kim Kardashian skin, then GG, you're going to see an ad, bro. And if there's no more people to add to Fortnite because they've literally added every character on Earth, line has to go up, so therefore ads, you know, ads, bro. And if we're at a point where everyone on Earth who wants to pay for xCloud will pay for it, then GG, bro. You're gonna have a free tier of Game Pass Cloud that has ads on it. It always comes back to ads. By the way, buy Surfshark VPN. I have 6% off. Oh man. But yeah, Surfshark VPN is actually really good. Surfshark.com/XB2, 8% off, 2-year plan, 1% log-free VPN, #ad.
So we need to talk about Fable, which is probably the biggest game from the showcase, right? Even though I think Forza Horizon will be the biggest in the sense of like sales potential.
Mm-hmm.
It's also for the 6 Forza game, where people are really interested in what this Fable is, because we've only seen 2 trailers for it, and it was kind of like, okay, what is this game? And it's a game that was announced in 2020, and even rumored to be working, like they started working on it even before that. So finally, here we get a look, like a 10-minute look into the game. And I guess the question I gotta begin with is like, how much of a Fable fan are you, Jez? Because sometimes I feel like what people like out of Fable, or what they thought of this Fable, kind of also coincides with, did they play the originals? How big of a fan are they of the originals? What did they like about the originals? Right? Because I've seen people being like, "Oh, it's so stupid. You can buy all the houses in the game and be a land. It's so dumb." But then I've seen people being like, "Oh, that was one of my favorite part of the original games. Was like buying all the houses." And
you can really tell who's a tourist, right?
Yes, you can really tell who is a tourist for this shit, right? So like, what is your relationship to Fable? I guess
Now, I played the original Fable on my original Xbox, but I honestly don't remember it that well. I remember, thinking it was cool that your morality made you look like a demon.
Yes.
I really liked that aspect of the game, which unfortunately is not in the reboot, because they're taking more of a grayscale approach to morality rather than a binary scale.
Well, they've taken more of a, like, each individual person, if you don't do anything bad to somebody in one city, they might like you, and if you've done something bad to somebody in another city, like, they won't, so it's kind of, I guess they said there's no objectively good or objectively evil pathways in this. And
the morality is like, it's localized, isn't it? So you can be a dick in one town and a hero in another town. So like, it doesn't kind of make sense. I
guess it does have interesting applications to it, but there is a part of me that was slightly disappointed when I found out I couldn't be evil and have demon horns growing out of my head, where I'm sacrificing entire towns to the gods or whatever, right? Because then, like, and I guess that makes sense. Like, okay, that's a fun mechanic, back in the Xbox or the 360 days, where like you go into a town and like people don't want to deal with you because you're evil, because you have horns, and your reputation would precede you literally, right? Because they would see you. Where in this one, your reputation doesn't precede you, so you could essentially, like you mentioned, be a dick in one town, or like buy all the properties in one town, evict everybody or whatever, and just be an asshole. But then in another town, just be a really cool guy.
Just a chill dude.
Yeah, there's just a part of me that, like, I like being evil in Fable, and I would, like, take villagers to a place to sacrifice them, and I liked having that, like, evil look. I never really played Fable as, like, the good guy where you get the angel stuff. And, like, there's a part of me is like, oh, they gotta have this in the new Fable. But I mean, I appreciated their explanation about why it didn't work for them and what they are going with. So it was like kind of just like that. I was like, oh, okay, all right, yeah, I get it.
The way I would have done it, like sort of like halfway. Like if you've got like negative karma or whatever, like in like in New Vegas, with the whole karma system. I don't think you need to overly like morph into a demon or something, but that could have made it so like at least maybe you look a bit evil, like the early stages of being a dick, not to the point where like if you're like a full-blown demon, everyone in the world is now suddenly afraid of you because you've got devil horns and stuff. But they could have done it in a softly kind of way. I don't know, just like almost as a homage to people who want that stuff, like in like Knights of the Old Republic, the original, like, is kind of similar. If you be like a dick and you're a Sith, you eventually start looking like a Sith over time. But it's not I won't say it's subtle, but it's a bit more subtle than having literal demon horns,
Sure.
They could have gone in some kind of that direction, but their explanation is adequate.
Yes, it is adequate. I mean, they also, I forget which outlet had an interview with him, but they also mentioned no dog, which was like,
no dog.
But it's like, and then he even mentioned how some of the devs on the team even like haven't forgiven him for it, because he said he cut it a while back. So there was a point where the dog was in the game, and then the dog was cut, because there's it's just like, oh, but my dog, come on, You know, all right, whatever.
something for DLC, something for sequel.
Yeah. I liked what I saw of the game. I like the ambiance they're going for. I like the fantasy like look of it. I can imagine that game having like incredible vistas and some really unique areas to traverse through and stuff. Like the NPCs, there being 1,000 named NPCs and stuff. Yeah, it doesn't really necessarily. I get. It's like, oh, like there's all these people in the game and they all have their own lives and you can follow them and stuff. I could have sworn there's been other games that have done that exact like feature where it's like each character in the game has their own pathways they go through and you can follow them through and see what they do through the whole day or whatever. And it's like, oh,
Skyrim, bro.
Maybe.
Bethesda games do that.
Yeah, Bethesda games might do it or whatever. The combat, I know there's like a sticking point of like people that like the combat or people that didn't like the combat or people thought the combat was just good enough. I don't really think we saw enough for the combat, to be honest with you. And if that was my one critique of the Fable thing, was like I wanted to see more, or I wanted to see like maybe a quest being complete. And this was more kind of like a broader overview of like the people and the like. There wasn't
having a walkthrough.
Yeah, like maybe that'll come later in the year, but from what I saw of the little brief glimpses of, hey, here's a mallet that has a different animations than the sword, and it's got the close-up of the kills and the magic and stuff, and it's like, okay, that seems like I think it'll be fun, you know? I wasn't exactly blown away by the combat mechanics or anything like that, but like, I only got to see a little bit of it, and I haven't played it for myself. So, I mean, I don't think it'll be like Sekiro or something where it's, a game entirely built around the combat, right? But, yeah, it's one of those games where I'm just kind of really looking forward to get maybe like more invested into like the ambiance and the quests, the morality of the game. Like, because they mentioned like the morality where you have those choices or whatever. It's like, that's kind of what I want, like, from that. And like buying all the towns and making the monies was always more of a secondary thing to me in the Fable games. Even though it's like it is something I did, where it's like I did get married, I did have kids, I did get venereal diseases, because I think you could get like those in Fable too, right?
Yes, you could.
And I did buy all the properties and all that sort of stuff, but it wasn't something I like look forward to doing. It was just something I did because I could. So
I like that though. It's flavor.
No, it makes it more real, I guess. Flavorful. Where it's like you could basically become the worst person in the world, which is a landlord, right? I guess then you could just time to be like, well, I'll be a good landlord or I'll be a bad landlord and evict people, but I'm really, really curious about the quest lines. That's where the game's gonna live and die for me. It's like, it's cool to have all the window dressing of 1,000 named NPCs, and each town or each people, like, it's like what you do to them. So you could be good to somebody and then evil to somebody else. Like, that's all cool. That's all kind of like whatever. It's really like the story, the quests, all that sort of stuff that'll make this game either be like, oh my God, Jez, this game's like 10 out of 10, 9 out of 10, holy shit, great, great. Or if it's just okay, it's like, all right, it's 8 out of 10, 7 out of 10. It's like, I wish this was better or whatever. You know what I mean? At least from Randall Thor 19's perspective of what I want from the game. But I saw that. I was like, I can't wait to play it, you know?
Did you just refer to yourself in the third person?
I didn't refer to myself in the third person. I was just saying that's what I... So,
you just did a Stone Cold.
But you see, I could see a thing where like someone like you could play it, and you might not even care about all that stuff. You might just find enjoyment in trolling, being asshole to someone, and like buying their house and getting rid of them. You know, like.
Well, this is one of the things about the Fable reveal and the discourse around it. They're just kind of unproven. They're unproven in this genre. So a lot of the stuff we did see was surface level. And like, 1,000 NPCs, like big whoop, who cares, right? And I suppose if another dev had done this, you had a frame of reference for with regards to things like quest progression or itemization, like the things that really matter in a game. One of the things that really bugs me about Bethesda games is the itemization. I think Bethesda's itemization is always a really weak aspect of like games like Fallout and Skyrim and stuff like that. Like that, the whole randomized thing I don't think is very good. I think other games like like The Witcher or even Baldur's Gate 3 had very good itemization. The FromSoft games have a really, really good itemization where you actually find stuff and it feels very rewarding and it can define your whole build. Whereas like in Fallout, it's like, oh, I've got a pipe wrench that does, I don't know, turns me invisible when I crouch or something like that. Just really terrible random affixes. There's no thought into it. So maybe it could have things like bad itemization, or it could have bad questing that just feel like busy work, or go here and kill 10 sheep or something. Or we're hoping for like more deep questing experiences, like The Witcher 3 again has very, very, very good, very strong side quests where like maybe structurally they did amount to like go here, investigate this, kill this cool boss, or not so cool bosses, the case may be, but they always had a lot of context behind them and a lot of like quality voice acting behind them, and you kind of forgot you were doing busy work. And I think that's really what makes a side quest and really what makes a really good RPG is when you forget you're immersed, right? So I think like some of those things, like having millions of named NPCs that do act in a believable way, that is that layer of immersion you need to forget sometimes that maybe you are doing busy work here and there, but what will really make it go to that next level and go from being an 8 out of 10 to being a 9 out of 10 is like how much of it does feel handcrafted, whether it's itemization, whether it's handcrafted quests, handcrafted locations, all that kind of stuff. That's kind of like what we didn't see more of, and I suppose what we really need to see more of. How alive does a town actually feel? Yeah, there might be NPCs walking around, but is there like a lot of handcrafted quests there, set pieces, buildings, or is it all going to end up feeling a little bit copy and paste? Is it going to end up feeling empty? And I think that's what I kind of want to see more of. But I'm willing. They showed up so well, Rand, that I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt on all of that stuff, and just allow myself to be excited for the time being, because it just doesn't feel like we get this opportunity to feel excited about a game from Xbox Game Studios. There's always like these caveats, or like, oh, there's something wrong with the graphics, or like Craig meme and that kind of thing.
Oh yeah, the good old Craig meme.
Yeah, I don't feel like there was nothing wrong here. There was nothing particularly egregious. I mean, people are like a little bit worried about performance frame rates and stuff like that, but I'm never, as long as it's smooth, I don't even care if it's 30 frames per second. 30 frames per second didn't stop me enjoying Starfield, for example. But I don't really care about that personally speaking. I do think, for what it's worth, that it probably will end up being 60 frames or having a performance mode, whatever. But I wasn't really bothered about that. But
I'm just saying,
even besides that,
it was noticeable. It was like, well, hopefully they can get it up. And
yeah, it didn't feel like there was anything egregiously wrong with what they showed.
No,
which is kind of rare. There was no caveat.
Well,
like
so
even the thing everyone complained about, like, oh, will I have to play as this female character?
Oh yeah. That was a big thing. Will I have to play as this female character? And it's like, well, no. I knew they were going to do exactly what they did, because they do it in Forza, where you pick preset heads for your racer. I was like, that's what they're going to do for Fable. You're going to have you could be a chick or you can be a dude, and they'll have it won't be like a sculptured face thing like you would do for like a Skyrim or whatever. It's like you're going to have preset heads that you can choose from, and then you'll be able to play. So yeah, I really wanted the character customization in, so because in my RPG I like to customize to some degree, and it's not like we're playing Geralt of Rivia, we're playing random ass hero, so let me customize. And the whole thing is like to be the hero you want to be, which would imply
be the hero you want to be. Yeah,
because Witcher 3 is a story. It's about Geralt, so it's like, and Ciri, so it's not you. It's like you're living out that story. But yeah, I mean, I don't know what did maybe you're more in tune, but what were some of the reasons people didn't like the Fable reveal? or like they're shitting on it? Was it because of the way it looked, or was it because of the combat? Was it because of the?
I honestly don't know. I ignored, the usual talking heads that just talk shit no matter what. I've never anything positive to say, like the bad faith kind of people. I just ignore all that shit. So maybe people in chat, like if there is there anything in chat you guys had reservations about with regards to Halo, because like I'd rather hear from Xbox fans about their reservations than just random ass YouTubers who don't even play on Xbox. I have no interest what they think whatsoever, because they're irrelevant. What matters is the people who are actually going to experience this shit.
Yeah.
Oh, you got a massive gift membership drop just now, bro.
Let me look. See. Oh, you got Fantasticals with 10 gift memberships. Thank you very much, and hopefully everybody who got the gift enjoys it. Let's see. We got some more super chats here. Says we got Robo says Kiln definitely is Xbox's Splatoon. Shame it's not Nintendo Switch 2.
Yep.
Chris says, "Hey Rand and Jez, not to bring the mood down, but in your opinion, are there any games in development that are having more trouble than we realize? I.e., another Everwild or Perfect Dark?" That'd be more question for you. I mean, I think State of Decay wasn't doing great, but it did survive the cancellation, so they must have some faith in the project to come off. And like, Matt Booty, we read what Matt Booty said.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything that survived the call is doing badly. I think everything that was really struggling, like Contraband, Perfect Dark, either from a structural perspective or landing perspective, like I've heard that pretty much everything there was that original call. Is there a potential that Microsoft might be like, we need to offset even more risk? Maybe there are other games that might end up facing similar issues. I mean, it's always possible, right? I haven't heard anything particular that would fit that bill from my perspective. There was like, I saw some rumors before that there was like Age of Empires 5 being made in Unreal Engine, for example. And I was trying to investigate whether that was a thing that was actually happening. And from what I found was there was like concepts of a plan kind of for Age of Empires 5, but it never actually, like, it hasn't gone anywhere yet because they need a developer, and World's Edge is not a team. They're sort of like more of a management team, not a developer necessarily. So I think those rumors didn't pan out, but I haven't heard beyond that. I haven't heard of anything necessarily that would be I would say is struggling, but I don't know. I don't know everything going on there.
Yeah,
but we'll find out, I'm sure, come the end of the fiscal year.
Did you see the leaked video of Project Blackbird?
I did. People were the sort of
the flyby Unreal Engine thing.
The flyby.
I was like watching it. I was like, "What's the big deal? Like, why are people like, oh my god, leak footage of it?" It's just like,
no, I tell you what it is.
Like, I was just like, okay.
I tell you what it is, right? With those flyby things, where it's just like a demo, people put their own imagination into it. Like, it's easy to watch that Cyberpunk thing and just be like, "Oh my god, I can imagine how this would be an amazing game."
Yeah.
But it's just scenery, You could AI generate that scenery, And that's not to diminish the talent that went into creating that stuff, but it's just scenery. Creating a game like with good story and good systems, and especially an MMO, which are hugely risky games to make. I don't think there's any genre of game that is more risky to make than an MMO. They're monstrously expensive. They require really robust upfront investment and then ongoing investment to even realize. Like, the amount of money that Amazon lost trying to make a New World a thing, like, is obscene. It's, and then you end up getting into these sunk cost fallacies where it's like, okay, well, maybe if we keep working on it, eventually it'll be good, and then it doesn't end up being good. It's a money black hole. So while it does look like it could have been cool, just purely based on the setting alone, that's all it is. It's setting. You don't know if it ever would have made it. There's so many failed MMOs, man. So many.
That
There's
is
so
true.
many examples of games that like looked amazing or were really hyped, and they tried to go contest with World of Warcraft and just flopped and failed and all that kind of thing. And like with regards to especially ZeniMax Online Studios, you've already got a game that's doing well with Elder Scrolls Online, and I don't think Elder Scrolls Online has an infinite lifespan, but MMOs are a weird business because as long as there's like enough people paying for it, you can keep it going forever. I mean, look at Star Wars: The Old Republic. I don't know anyone who plays that game, but it still gets updates and expansions. It's still kicking along. Um, but there's just so many more that failed and got shut down, and I don't think Microsoft's really in the business of making a Knights of the Old Republic, Star Wars: The Old Republic kind of game where it just you know they want bigger games, and
Sure.
it was one of those things that just didn't survive, I suppose, the big culling. It sucks, but it is what it is.
Um.
Oh, Fantasticals with the
Yeah.
€5.
He
I just
says,
turned 40, guys. Happy
"Happy
birthday.
birthday." It's all down here from here, bro. 40. Yeah, it's on midnight over here.
Randall Downer. Down.
Enjoy it. Enzi says, elaborate on what you've heard about E-Day, Jez.
So I honestly haven't heard a great deal with regards to details. One thing I did hear, which I think it's out there anyway, so it's not really a leak, but a lot of the other PS games, they use a lot of existing assets, right? They use existing animations, they use existing models, like I think stuff like the Brumac and the Corpser, they pretty much had the same model and the same animations throughout all the games. There's nothing wrong with that necessarily. I mean, there's a lot of great games and franchises that do that. I mean, look at Monster Hunter, for God's sake. But it's also all the FromSoft games. They all use the same rigging for stuff. But I've heard that Gears E-Day has been completely rebuilt from the ground up, like so it should feel incredibly fresh on the face of it, for one thing. But like I haven't heard is like explicit leaks about the game, like what it's doing differently or its systems and that kind of thing. But some of my sources who, like to tease me, they just keep telling me how great it is. So, and these are people I trust. So they're hyping me up about it. So I'm not shy to hype other fans up about it. So we'll see. We'll see, man. We won't have to wait too long to find out more about that game.
Captain Chat says, going back to the Forza Horizon 6 price increase, where's the 10% discount gone for GPU members? Yeah, I did notice that there wasn't a discount for the Game Pass upgrade. Did they remove that with the last like change to Game Pass Ultimate, like the discount
They might
stuff?
have done.
I honestly don't know, but I did notice there wasn't a discount. It was just like straight, here's what it is. So could be margins play. I don't know.
Oh, speaking of margins, I'll say this. Have you heard of the Microsoft Company Store?
Yes, I've actually bought stuff from there.
What? You're a Microsoft employee, bro?
No, but a Microsoft employee can give out passes to friends and family, so I could buy. So I have a friends and family pass.
Oh, look at you. Well, I did not know that.
Yes,
but I don't know. Well, then in that case, I don't know if you saw, but they hiked the price of Game Pass Ultimate for Microsoft employees.
I would imagine so. What's the price of it now? Because before it was half. So like a year of Ultimate was $160. You could get it at the Microsoft Store for $90. No, it was like if it was $180, it was like $90 on the Microsoft Store. So it was basically 50% off.
I think it's $175 for a year of Ultimate now.
Yeah, that's probably in line because I think a year Ultimate's what, $340 something. So yeah, 170. Yeah, it makes sense. In line.
But it's the second price hike it's had though since the other price hike. So some people were some of my sources who are Microsoft employees, they reached out to me like, "Oh my god, this means another hike's coming to Ultimate because we just got a second hike." But from what I've heard, Microsoft isn't planning on messing with Ultimate again for the foreseeable. So I think it's just the employees getting screwed here, unfortunately.
Yeah, they're probably not going to raise
Sorry,
prices
fam.
this year, but they are going to raise prices again at some point. Whether that's
Yeah, I
1
think
year,
it'll
2
be
years,
like
3 years, 4 years, or whatever. But at some point.
yeah, they will. But I think those will be like inflationary increases. I think this sort of structural increase we got, I don't think we'll get another one of them for a while.
You know,
Hopefully.
I guess this is also sort of a big thing that happened while I was away. So I don't even know how you talk about it, but it was about the idea. Maybe we did talk about it before on our last show in December that I was here for, because I basically missed 3 shows in January. One, my mic died and I couldn't get it working, and then the last 2 episodes. But
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Did you get you got a new mic or did you fix that one?
I got a new one.
What mic did you get? Same one.
Blue Yeti, same brand.
Yeah.
It was the whole idea of next gen being delayed because of rising costs of the GPUs and the RAM and all these sort of things, right? Where it's like people, my buddy before this all happened was like, I need to buy my 5090 now, and I think he bought one, and like 2 days later, it increased in price by like $1,200 or whatever it was. So, there was people talking about this, about, well, the PS6, which, I think is rumored the next Xbox, or the first part, because we gotta delineate now between like an Xbox console, because I do think there is a OEM third party one coming at some point, maybe even this year, and then their first party console, right? The one that they're actually making. Yeah. And I think me and you for a while have been on the first party things coming in 2027, even though there have been people saying that, oh, it's coming in 2026. I don't think it's coming in 2026. I was always on the 2027 thing. And the PlayStation 6 was also, supposedly targeting 2027. But then because of all this stuff with the rising prices of RAM and everything, like even we're in February, and Valve still have yet to give the price of the Steam machine yet.
Kind of reminds you of the Xbox Ally pricing situation, right?
Where it's like, and supposedly like, Half-Life 3 has to get announced alongside the so it's like they're waiting, because I think the rumor is like the Steam machine's supposed to be coming out in like March or April. There's still nothing yet, and it's like, what are they waiting for? But then I saw like a report today that basically said, not this one. It was there's a report that said PlayStation 6 likely to be delayed, quote, longer than many expected, leaving prices the only thing that will keep evolving and not for the better. And in a new report posted on Sandstone Insights, and I don't know if this has been debunked or been confirmed between when I saw it earlier, but I did see people talking about it in Japanese. Respected senior research analyst at MST Financial, David Gibson, shared some predictions on Sony's third quarter, the current year. He says, yeah, like he expects a longer delay into 2029 and 2030, even beyond, to make the scenario very clear for the console industry, blah, 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 blah. So there's a lot of people, I've seen a lot of segment of the audience being like, good, we don't need a PS6 until X amount of years away, because, the PS5 is doing just fine, and nobody wants to buy $1,000 machines or whatever it would have to be for PlayStation. So what do you think about this? What do you think about the idea of next gen potentially being delayed? Would if PlayStation decided to delay their console, would Xbox also decide, well, we need to delay this too because ours can't be too expensive, even though I do expect it to be super expensive? What do you think?
Well,
what do you think's going on?
Well, I got pretty good hardware sources, as you guys know. Like, I leaked the Xbox Ally, I leaked the Xbox One, leaked the Xbox One X, sorry, Xbox One S, I leaked the Xbox Series S. So I have pretty good, hardware sources, and probably better than even my game sources, I would probably say. And I actually had a conversation with one of my sources about some of this stuff, and they were like, they didn't comment on the PlayStation stuff because obviously they don't know PlayStation plans, but they're pretty emphatic that there was no plans to delay Xbox's hardware timelines. Because I suppose it's a bit different for Xbox, I suppose, because they're not really making a traditional device. They're moving into the PC ecosystem, the OEM ecosystem. And the OEM ecosystem doesn't wait for generations. It's just like, we'll ship it when it's ready kind of thing, right? And that's kind of where Microsoft's going with some of this stuff. So I don't expect Microsoft to delay anything at all. I expect them to release it hot and expensive. And then if prices come down, if tariffs abate, if political climate's different, then the price of that device will come down with it, in line with it. You know, much like, you know, the OEM market and the PC components market as exists today. For better or worse. It's not it's something that like anyone who builds PCs is probably familiar with, you know. These parts are subject to price fluctuations, especially during the whole Bitcoin craze and the whole, you know, people establishing their Bitcoin mines, and GPU prices went all crazy for a while, and that's still a factor to some degree, I think. But there's also like a lot of geopolitical factors right now. We've got like a universe where these tons of arbitrary tariffs popping off, which are just the costs are being passed on to consumers. And if you're making like a consumer grade device, then we're going to have to pay more for it. You know, it's just taxes are a tax. Tariffs are a tax. And no matter what the proponents of it want you to believe. So there's that aspect to contest with, but there's also like, you know, this rush on AI. So if I'm a Sony and I am making a more traditional device, am I not sitting there thinking, you know what, maybe there's a scenario here where political climate's different, there's a different regime in power, but regardless of, you know, who's controlling those tariffs and whatever. Or maybe there's not a different regime in power. Maybe they just realized that the tariffs were a stupid idea in the first place. Or maybe they're thinking like, maybe this AI bubble will pop and that there'll be an overabundance of RAM and compute to go around, and maybe prices will come down and we can save face, you know, by weighing it out a little bit. But I think that carries some risk too, because what if it doesn't go down? What if prices don't abate? And what if like your competitors kind of, you know, corner a brand new market with you know, maybe the device is actually really good and people want it, you know. I'm not saying that that's going to be the case, but I'm saying it's something that I have to consider as well. I suppose it could also be like, we'll let Microsoft and others take that hit, you know, that nasty, oh God, these are actually going to be really expensive kind of hit. But, you know, the average customer, Rand, they're not like you and me cracking all this shit. Your average customer, especially like your average console gaming customer, they're not aware of all this kind of tariff bullshit, all this RAM glut and all this kind of stuff. They're just like, oh, I expect a video game console to be a very specific price. So Sony's probably, I don't think Microsoft gives a crap about any of that stuff anymore, because they're, you know, they're not really caring about trying to sell hardware as much as they have been in the past. They're moving towards a PC OEM kind of model. And I think they know that their core Xbox audience probably is a little bit more aware of some of these issues. But if I'm Sony and I've cornered the casual market, the casual audience, so I really want to release a console that's $1,000, I would probably wait it out, maybe. Like that risk on waiting it out, and maybe I can release a console at $600, $700, $650. So I think people do expect everything to just get more expensive, but I think $1,000 is. I don't think people would be willing to pay $1,000 for a PlayStation under any circumstances. And I think only super hardcore Xbox fans will want to buy an Xbox at $1,000. But here's the thing: that's not just an Xbox; it's also a PC. So they know that they're building a PC for better or worse, and they know they're going to sell PC-like amounts of units, like a Razer laptop or an Alienware Dell PC. They're not expecting to sell tons of units, but Sony's entire business model revolves around selling tons of units, whereas Microsoft's business model now revolves on selling multi-platform games. So it's a different scenario for Sony, I think, and they're probably are considering things like a delay, but I don't know. I don't know if you've got a different perspective on that, Randall.
Well, I could see. See, I don't know. I could see the concern from the companies because if the prices rise and they don't come down anytime soon, then that impacts their entire future plans, does it not? Right? Mm-hmm. Like if you're selling a base PS6 at $800 and $900 because you can't eat the costs because the costs are too large for you to eat, right? That like affects your entire like financial plan moving forward because you're certainly not selling as many PS6s at $800 as you would at $500, right? And then that affects how many games you're actually going to sell. So it has this whole domino effect across the entire ecosystem, right, Jez? Because if you sell less consoles, well, now you're going to be selling less number of games, selling less subscriptions. It has this complete devastating effect. So it's like, well, we could just delay. We could just wait for prices to come down if they're really going to impact it that much. It's like, do we need to release something in 2027? You know, we've had all this R&D because clearly if they were planning on releasing something next year, a lot of R&D has already gone into it. But that's whole like sunk cost fallacy of like, well, if it really is costing this much, okay, like we can't release it because it's too expensive. But then that kind of changes their whole timeline because now if like you were expecting something brand new to come out in 2027, but because of this, now you have to delay it 2 years. Well, now your outlook changes because the PS5, you know, is only going to, it's not going to sell as much, you know, this year as next year because like you're reaching the peak of how many people would want it at the price point it is. So it's like that also reaches like have an effect too. So you got to change everything. So it's kind of, and with Microsoft, if they're already planning on releasing something too expensive, I'll say this, and I don't know if everybody will agree with me, but let's just say Microsoft was planning on releasing a system that was $1,200, right? Because they want to make a profit, because they know that they're releasing this system and not everybody who buys it might actually use something out of store, so they want to make sure that everybody who buys it, they're getting a nice profit off of it or whatever, right? Is there really, if they release a system for $1,200 and then say because of the price increases they have to release a system at $1,500, is that really driving? Is the extra $300 really driving away the audience that was all in on buying it at $1,200? I don't think it does. So, you know what I mean? Because I think Microsoft is probably thinking to themselves, listen, we're only going to sell X number of these at this price point. And I think the people that are in at $1,200 are probably also in at $1,500. So to them, they may think, well, we can still release this because it doesn't really impact our business in the way that would impact Nintendo or PlayStation's.
Yeah, because they're still going to release the games on
because they're still going to be multi-platform and all these sort of things. So you know, yeah, they might sell some less of it, but it doesn't really make a big factor. But definitely, if you were planning on selling something for $500, $600, but instead you have to sell it at $800, $900, or $1,000, you're going to sell a lot less of them, and then that has a whole like negative string. Well, then it's like the games that you're going to release exclusively. It's like suddenly it's kind of like what happened with the Xbox One, Jez, where the Xbox One kind of came out of the gate and it didn't really sell that well. And then a lot of the games that they were selling in the next years, like Sunset Overdrive and like the Quantum Breaks, never like reached their goals because they just never had the number of Xbox Ones that they projected to have sold by that point in time, right?
So they don't have that issue anymore.
Yeah, I mean, so I don't know. We'll see what happens with all this stuff. I mean, I do think it's fucking bullshit that everything is just geared towards AI. Like, oh, you know,
you don't love AI?
Like,
bro, AI is cool, man.
It's like you want to build a PC now or whatever, and how expensive it is because of the prices of RAM and whatnot. It's like it's ridiculous, and it's not only going to cause problems for the consoles, but it's also going to be cause problems for people that want to build their PCs, because if everything price goes up, then the price of PC components go up too. So it's like, and I think you wrote an article that was like, oh, Satya's exposed what they really want. It's like they want people not to build their own PCs and just rent PC like cloud from them to do or whatever it was, right? Like
Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos said that.
Yeah, where it's like they don't want people to own their PCs. They just want you to like rent it from them. And it's like, is this really like evil villain mustache twirling shit? Where it's like, oh man, like everybody's PCs will be on the cloud and we'll charge them a monthly subscription to access it. And
Rand, I've got a confession, bro.
What?
I got a confession about that article, bro.
Okay. Did you clickbait it?
Yeah. Yeah, I did. Yeah. So, I was no, he really did say that, right? But I was doing an experiment. He said that 2 years ago, and he said that he predicted that all this would happen in the future, and blah 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 blah. But he said it 2 years ago, and I used it to illustrate a point about something else I was writing about. But I used this headline because I wanted to see what outlets and what YouTubers and what would happen if I put this out there, and lo and behold, loads of people picked it up as if it was news, and I was sitting there like, I can't believe people didn't read past the headline. And then I was like, yeah, actually, I can't believe people didn't read past the headline. But it is kind of like, it's part of this whole sort of gigantic pushback, isn't it? All this pushback against AI and what these companies seem to want to foster on us without our permission, basically. And it's kind of funny because Satya and the NVIDIA guy, they were both talking about this at the World Economic Forum, and constantly like the negativity is bad for business, and we're gonna lose permission to do this stuff if we don't come up with something good soon. Like, yeah, no shit, man. Look at all the damage that's being done. People are getting laid off. It's literally, people have been laid off literally at my company because of this, because of AI. And we're seeing like, electricity go crazy. Like if you're someone who lives near a data center, you're paying more for your electricity. We're seeing RAM prices explode, and it's not just going to hit gaming stuff. All this RAM, it's going to hit everything. Cars are going to be more, like cars have RAM in them now. Cars have RAM, TVs have RAM, pretty much everything has fucking RAM. All your services you use have RAM. Like whether it's like Netflix or whatever, if they want to buy a new server, boom, it's going to cost them more money. And therefore they're going to put prices up for us as well. On the flip side, it's going to put the price of everything. And what is it all for? Memes? Email summaries? What is it all for? I've been like writing negative shit about AI for a while now, and I've had like companies reach out to me and people reach out to me like Microsoft and people who use Microsoft AI products, and people have emailed me like, oh, I read your article, but I want you to know that AI actually does have some uses. Please let me show you like the kind of stuff that I'm using AI for. And like they'll show me the stuff they're using it for. I'm just sitting there thinking like, this is not good. It's not good. And they're like, oh look, I can get through, I can check 300 applications in like 30 seconds using this prompt. And like I can like automatically delete these application forms from these people without having to read them because they didn't meet our criteria or whatever. And I'm sitting there thinking like, I wouldn't trust AI to do this shit. AI makes mistakes non-stop. Like, and you're trusting AI to like decide who you're gonna hire. I'm just like, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. And like all these companies are pushing this stuff, and it's just genuinely terrible. Like, can you think of a time in history, Rand, where a company's like released a product without a beta tag, and it's got like a big warning on it, like, oh, by the way, this product might make mistakes, this product might fail, this product might blow up in your face, and they're still trying to sell it like it's the best thing ever? I can't think of a time that's ever happened. I mean, it kind of reminds me like when you buy medication and it's got like, oh, by the way, here's all the side effects.
List of things of side effects you could possibly experience. Yeah,
but it's like, generally speaking, you don't get those side effects, but it's the opposite with AI. Like, I was trying to do something about IR the other day. I was like, get me a list of the top 10 software service companies and use finance charts to tell me what their year-to-date stock performance is and put them in a table. And he just straight up couldn't do it. It kept lying about the results. And then it was like, oh, actually, I can't access finance charts because they're blocking AI or something. And I was like, well, bro, why did you lie? Why did you lie? Why not just tell me that in the first place instead of giving me some fake ass fucking figures? It just blows my mind, bro. Blows my mind. It's terrible, man. And we're paying for it. You're paying for it, Rand. We're all paying for it, bro.
So I guess we'll see how this happens. I guess we'll see if any of this stuff actually delays stuff. You know, the next consoles. We got Face23 BKNY who says on the super chat, PS5 Pro accounted for 13% of PS5 consoles sold in the US last year. That's in line with the PS4 Pro last generation, which is around 13% of PS4 sales life to date. I highly doubt Sony going to delay PS6 November 27 release. I'm willing to bet. Okay, well, I mean, like I said, I saw this article today. I don't know if it's been debunked or not. I mean, I sort of feel like they aren't going to delay it either. But if like the price, if it costs a lot, I could see them delaying a year. Like, do they need to come out in 2027? Probably not. They could easily just delay it a year if they needed to. I mean, I think delaying until 2 or 3 years is probably unrealistic because at that point you probably need to go back to the drawing board and build another system instead of the one that you're building, right? So we'll see there. Finicho says, do Microsoft still plan to bring a selection of Xbox titles to Battle.net? No new Xbox Game Studios Bethesda announcements there in a while. Is the idea abandoned?
That's a good question. I was
they did it for Avowed, right? Avowed was on Battle.net.
Avowed's on Battle.net. Hang on, let me just open.
Did they put? I'm trying to think what else they put on Battle.net. Did they put Oblivion remake on Battle.net? Did they put South of Midnight on Battle.net?
So Outer Worlds 2 went to Battle.net.
Okay, Outer Worlds 2.
Avowed. That's it, I think.
So just Avowed and Outer Worlds 2. Okay.
Crash Bandicoot.
They didn't say anything
Tony
about
Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4.
Okay, they didn't say anything about Doom the Dark. Yeah, so they didn't say anything about Forza Horizon 6 going to Battle.net, right? Or Fable.
No, they didn't. Yeah, I'm really curious what their thought process is with Battle.net because it is a bit weird, isn't it? I think like if Xbox wants to grow their PC store as a priority, right? And I'm someone who I really like Battle.net. It's kind of nostalgic for me. I've used it for decades, literal decades, since like the Warcraft 3 days. So Battle.net has a lot of, it's got a lot of psychological cachet, and also I think people like how it's relatively lightweight compared to a lot of the other launchers, and people actually use the Battle.net friends list. They actually use it. You know, it's not like the friends list on the Epic Store or GOG, you know, that nobody uses. People actually use Battle.net because it also you can chat through it in the app and it services those messages in the game. It's actually really good. It's actually really well designed. And it's faster than the Xbox app, and it's faster than the Xbox messaging system too. So there's that to contend with as well. But I keep sitting there, Rand, and I'm thinking like, wouldn't they benefit from merging all of that shit into the Xbox app? Unfortunately, wouldn't they benefit from that? They probably would, right? So I do wonder what's going to happen there.
We have, let's see, Hyle Silvers says, "Howdy, gents. How y'all feeling about Fable now? I'm a big Fable fan, and I'm cautiously optimistic about this new one. I bet it gets delayed to 2027, though. I mean, I liked what I saw. I do want to see more. Like, I would like to see a walkthrough. I like to see more quest stuff. I mean, the ability to buy all the buildings is a nice throwback to, like, Fable 2, where you could buy everything. And getting married and having kids is also that sort of stuff. And I like the fairy tale look. So, I want to see... It made me mean, like, I want to see more of this game. Will it be delayed to next year? I mean, that's
Special Nick's prediction, right?
Sure, is that it would come in 2027, but I think partially because he felt it would get delayed because of GTA 6. I'm trying to think if any of the games that they've done for the Dev Direct have been delayed into the next year. And I don't think they have. I think everything they've shown at the Dev Directs have come out that year. Now, of course, as always, things could happen. The game may not get finished in time. And it is true, we did get a trailer in 2024 that said the game was coming in 2025. And they delayed the game right at the top of 2025, and we didn't hear from it again until now. So they probably feel confident it's going to hit this year. Otherwise, they could have gone with a different game for the Dev Direct, or not included it at all if they felt if they felt it wasn't going to be ready.
One thing I've heard is that the era of announcing games really early is over. We're not going to get like Contraband or Perfect Dark and those kind of announcements anymore.
Sure.
So you'd want to think like if that's the direction they're going in, then they must be fairly confident about the release window they've offered for Fable and Forza and all that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean they've also been building up, as Jez has reported, about like the whole like what do they call the 4 games? For the 4 games of Doom or 4 games of Apocalypse, or
4 Horsemen.
The four horsemen, right? So like Halo, Gears, Forza, and Fable. And it sort of kind of would break that if they had to delay one of them. Although I guess if you were to pick one to get delayed, it would be Fable out of the 3. And so we'll see. I'm gonna hedge on the thing of saying it won't get delayed. That it'll come out in 2026. Maybe it doesn't necessarily come out in autumn. Like, autumn, I guess you could construe that in being November. Maybe it comes out in December where it still makes the year, right? So I'll just go with the fact that I think it'll come out this year.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be delayed.
Face, once again with another super chat, says, Jez, Ghost of Yotai outsold Call of Duty Black Ops 7 on PS5 in the US. It placed number 3 in full year Circana US sales. Battlefield 6 was number 2, and NBA 2K26 was number 1. Bundle sales not counted. Sony not changing strategy for a while.
How many extra months did Ghost of Yotai have?
Ghost of Yotai came out in October, so a month.
A month.
I mean, bro, come on.
I don't think Sony's going to change strategy anytime soon either, but I think they'll eventually have no choice.
I mean,
we'll see.
The fact there's no denying this year's Call of Duty was probably like a gigantic failure for them. What did Bobby Kotick say? Like, the sales were down 60% from last year's game.
Yeah,
it got outsold by Battlefield, which is losing players. It got outsold by Ghost of Yotai on PlayStation, which is that's pretty alarming to me.
It is quite alarming. But does that mean Call of Duty is really bad or Ghost of Yotai is really good?
I think that's Call of Duty fell so far. I think it says more about Call of Duty than it says about Ghost of Yotai. Because we're talking about.
But if it says more about Call of Duty than Ghost of Yotai, wouldn't it behoove Sony to want to maximize sales by putting Ghost of Yotai on other platforms?
Sure, I mean, Ghost of Yotai is going to come to PC eventually. I mean, so did Ghost of Tsushima.
Well, there you go.
But I'm considering how well Black Ops 6
they don't have to change strategy because Ghost of Yotai will be on Xbox by virtue of it being on Steam. So,
I mean, that is true. But aren't you a little shocked by how poorly this year's Call of Duty did?
No, I'm not.
Well,
actually.
hold on, because you were saying this would never happen. We had this discussion, and I said, I don't know, Jez. And then Battlefield outsold it. We've seen the sales decline. You said Call of Duty's a ritual. Well, it seems like the ritual got.
No, it is a ritual, and it still sold. It was still the top selling game for November and December. So let's put things into perspective. Round out 419.
Yeah, but
it was still one of the best selling games of the year.
Sure.
So, despite how bad it was, And I was fully mired in that discourse in the summer about, the whole skin stuff. I had so many, I think my most viral tweet of all time, something with like 10 million views, was hating on Call of Duty skins. So the mood definitely shifted. I think I didn't expect it to fall maybe this much. But it was pretty clear that something changed this year. I've never known such mainstream hate for Call of Duty than I've known this year. And I suppose also such a product that was so offering the exact alternative that people were asking for. People wanted the gritty, or well, they claimed they wanted the gritty return to realism, right? And, looking at Battlefield's player count on Steam, I think it's also we have to. It's also fair to say that it's been quite alarming how hard Battlefield's dropped off despite selling so well. And Call of Duty is almost neck and neck on Steam with with Battlefield 6. I think there are like a couple of few tens of thousands off matching Call of Duty on Steam, Battlefield 6's. But you have to remember, Call of Duty is mostly played on Battle.net, not on Steam. So I think Battlefield's PC engagement is lower than Call of Duty, despite the sales narrative. And then you've also got Game Pass being a factor in there as well. So while it isn't like the sales drop off isn't exactly a shock, is it? When you actually put everything into perspective. The fact that it's like, I was surprised. The thing that I was surprised about was how low down it was on the PlayStation chart. I thought maybe it'd be 3, but I think it's like 6 or something, right? Or 6th or 5th, something like that. It was behind Borderlands, which I was surprised to see. I didn't expect to see it below Borderlands, at least. But, this has happened before, Call of Duty Ghosts. And I ain't glazing Call of Duty. Like, I ain't played Black Ops 7 at all. And I'm like I said, like, my most viral tweets this year were ragging on Call of Duty. But I think it's way too early to write off the entire franchise.
I'm just saying.
Just speaking analytically, I wanted Battlefield 6 to be the game,
and it was.
I would be playing. It was.
It was biggest. I think it's the best-selling game of the year. Biggest Battlefield ever. But when you look at people are pretty disappointed in the game now. I don't know.
Yeah, it feels like what happened with Halo Infinite. People were hyped on it at launch, came out, and for whatever reason didn't sink its hooks into people. I was so hyped for Battlefield 6.
You were?
Yeah.
You were hyped.
And I was like, I was fully on that. I was fully on the haterade, bro, for Call of Duty. I was like, finally something coming out that can sort of force Call of Duty to do better and maybe ditch some of its bullshit skins and all that kind of thing. But for whatever reason, I don't know what it is, man. I really can't put my finger on it. Why it didn't click with me long term. Is maybe the size of the maps? Oh no, man. I'm not even sure myself.
I wonder if
maybe some people in chat, if you dropped off Battlefield, let us know in chat why the game didn't land for you.
Here. Can I offer you a glass half empty kind of thing?
Go on then.
I wonder if any Microsoft, Xbox, or Activision executives are shitting bricks right now over the performance of Call of Duty. Because
maybe,
with you say it's still sold the most or one of the best selling games of the year, but it's also
still
one of the
expensive
it's like one of the most expensive games out there. I think they cost almost like $500 million to make each game. Yep. They're super expensive.
Very expensive.
So you can't
they have the business model's designed as such. They have to be hits. They have to be hits.
I know the thought process of, we've seen this before where there's been down years in Call of Duty titles like Infinite Warfare, which because of Advanced Warfare and Infinite Warfare, they brought back World War II. And then World War II was really successful, but then people got sick of that real fast and Vanguard was shit, which was like the worst selling Call of Duty ever. And then, boom, what are we doing? All right, we're remaking Modern Warfare, right? Which was like the high point of Call of Duty. We were making Modern Warfare 1 and Modern Warfare 2 and Modern Warfare 3. And Modern Warfare 1, I think, is like still one of the best selling, the remake is still one of the best selling CODs ever. And even Black Ops 6, if you look at the charts that Matt Piscatella put out, is like one of the best selling CODs ever. And he only had like 1 year to sell. But then you look at what happened with this year's Call of Duty game, and you look at the competition it had, and look at maybe people are moving more towards distraction shooters because people seem to be a lot more positive about marathons coming out second time this time around.
Yeah,
with the new trailer
Marathon is
and stuff. So maybe the delay helped Marathon because Arc Raiders kind of paved the path to people understanding what and enjoying an extraction shooter on console. So it's possible Marathon becomes a successful game. We'll see. But just, and I understand like there's no Battlefield next year or what have you, but I know the common line of thinking is that it's an off year for Call of Duty. Next year's we got Modern Warfare 4 coming out next year. And it's like, okay, yeah, maybe Modern Warfare 4 brings it back up, but also you think about it, they've played their trump cards of let's remake some of these games. Like they remade the entire Modern Warfare games to massive success. Can't really do that for a third time anytime soon. So it's like, and I doubt they're going to go back to like, let's remake Black Ops 1 and 2, because it's almost like, well, Black Ops was almost, I just sort of wonder if any of the execs are shitting themselves because of how much these games cost, and there's no like press this button to win where it's like we need to pull this out of the vault. Like what if Modern Warfare 4 comes out this year and underperforms as well? And that's 2 underperforming Call of Duties in a row. And maybe it might, because Grand Theft Auto 6 is also going to be competing against it, and who knows how much energy and how much the air it'll suck out of that room, and how much money and it'll take away from Call of Duty, right? And then it's like, okay, well, what's the game after that? What if that's just, and this is, like I said, glass half full, because I don't really think this is going to happen. But what if that's just the new normal? What if Call of Duty is still a very high selling game, but it's no longer the like Call of Duty? You know what I mean? It's no longer the 30 million seller. Now it sells, half that or whatever. Like, does that?
Well, this is the thing, right? I think games do fall out of fashion.
Sure.
And maybe the Call of Duty format, maybe Bobby Kotick's a genius and he sensed that this has run its course.
I mean, that was his whole thing with his recent comments, was that he was a genius for selling when it did, right? Like that was his.
Yeah. He's a weird guy, but he knows he's run other franchises into the ground. Tony Hawk,
absolutely.
Guitar Hero. He's
Skylanders.
Skylanders. If there's anyone who knows when a game's running its course, it's probably Kotick. Like he's engineered the downfall of several games. So if I'm a Kotick and I'm kind of like, yeah, I need to get out now because I'm sensing that this is probably, we've done all we can with this franchise and maybe it's just there's no more ideas left in it. But I think like from Microsoft's perspective and hopefully Infinity Ward and Treyarch's perspective, they'll see that as a challenge, as shooters have been consistently one of the most popular genres of games for decades. I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. I think what really needs to change maybe is like their approach to some of this stuff. One thing that I do one idea that I've kind of latched onto in recent years is this idea of the generational gap. I think Gen Z and Gen X have evolved in a much different universe than Gen Z and Gen Alpha have. The Gen Z and Gen Alpha, they love the slop. If there's any Gen Z here listening that are offended, well, I'm sorry, but Gen Z loves slop, and they love some of the biggest games in the world right now. Literally have slop in the name. I don't know if you've heard of, Capture a Brain Rot or wherever it's called. It's like the biggest game on Roblox, and it's just a load of random bullshit basically. So like the games like Fortnite, which are just random bullshit, boom, go. All the random bullshit. They do really well. But I think like, especially with Call of Duty, which were sort of these grittier kind of experiences, I think those that alienates the more miserable millennials, Gen X play, you know, better or worse. So I think what a lot of increasing amounts of studios that are in control of these sort of legacy franchises, whether it's Halo, World of Warcraft, Call of Duty, or any of these kind of games which are sort of spanning generational gaps, increasingly what you're seeing them do is release a classic version. So I think probably what Call of Duty needs to do is to split into two entities. A slop version, and I know you don't like this idea, Rand, but I think they genuinely need to split into a slop version with all the skins and all the bollocks, and they can do whatever they want with it. Have all the kind of modifiers, mods, crazy bullshit going on, right? Just go nuts with it. And then have a classic version. Call of Duty Classic, they can call it, where it's boots on the ground, gritty realism to some degree, because Call of Duty was never really that kind of game, but you know what I mean. It was an edgier game back then, I suppose. Do that. And they've done World of Warcraft Classic for that reason. They've done, you know, they've released Diablo 2 remastered for that reason. You know, I see a lot of these legacy franchises go through this, like the whole Path of Exile thing. Like Path of Exile was literally born out of people not liking Diablo 3. Diablo 3 was too fast or too whatever. And they were like, okay, well, we're going to go off and make Path of Exile to be like the Diablo 2 sequel that we really wanted. It's that kind of mentality. So I think that's how they probably figure out a path. I think there is a path forward for Call of Duty, but it's probably going to require that kind of some rethinking. But I don't know. That's just my layman's take.
You know, how many times today we've mentioned sunk cost fallacy, right, Jez?
Are we doing it again?
No. It's time to talk about Ubisoft.
Oh.
Because you want to talk about sunk cost fallacy. Beyond Good Evil 2 is still in development. And it only really seems like in the development is because they've thrown $500 million at that game, probably.
Yep.
Because they came out and they canceled 6 games, including the Prince of Persia remake, which until that point people were expecting to be shadow dropped, just outright canceled. The Assassin's Creed Black Flag remake, which was supposed to come out, I think in March or maybe April, I think, or somewhat soon, delayed a full year. They canceled like 6 games, a bunch of them being like new IPs, and they did a whole restructuring and stuff, which each like creative studio is basically like their new operations. The operational model features 5 creative houses. The first creative house is the newly formed Vantage Studios, which will work on Ubisoft's largest established franchises, aiming to turn them into annual billionaire brands, Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, and Rainbow Six. Creative House 2 will focus on competitive and cooperative shooter experiences, The Division, Ghost Recon, and Splinter Cell. The third Creative House will be centered around live experiences, For Honor, The Crew, Riders Republic, Brawlhalla, and Skull and Bones. And it sort of feels like, aren't all those games kind of canceled? Like, what do you mean? Like, I don't know. It's like, does Crew and nobody plays? It's kind of just like, okay, whatever. Creative House 4 will feature immersive fantasy worlds and narrative-driven universes. Anno, Might and Magic, Rayman, Prince of Persia, and Beyond Good and Evil. And the last one is this kind of like family-friendly, like Uno and Hasbro and stuff. But yeah, their stock price took a major hit. It got people talking about Ubisoft again in a very negative way, because people are like,
the dip.
People are like, how do you cancel a Prince of Persia remake but still having working on Beyond Good and Evil 2, and where the hell is the Splinter Cell game and all this other stuff? And it's like, why'd you delay the new Assassin's Creed? Like, what's going on with Ubisoft, Jez? Is this?
Oh, bro, we need Tom Henderson and a bottle of whiskey to get through this one.
Yeah, because I did see Tom Henderson. He tweeted like not that long ago. Was like really excited for what Ubisoft's got coming up or whatever, and then he retweeted himself. He's like, "You goddamn clown!" Like,
yeah. Oh, that was funny. That's probably how I should have handled the whole PlayStation, Xbox won't port their games to
Yeah,
PlayStation thing, right?
you should have retweeted it or
But
something like, "You goddamn clown."
goddamn clown. But yeah, Tom Anderson inside of gaming, he's the Ubisoft guy. He's got really good sources there. Um, but I, the thing is, it's completely understand how he arrived at the opinion that they're excited for the future, and it's kind of like when you've got sources who, they're excited about their projects and they want to share that shit, and they don't know the next week it's going to get cancelled and shut down because corporate lives in a completely different universe. If you're like, if you're like, if I'm like, if I'm a developer and I'm working on a project and I think everything's going fine, I'm going to be like, I can see how this is coming together now. They don't know what kind of conversations are happening in the executive boardroom, right? It's kind of I mean, this has happened to me with Xbox before, where people have told me things like, I think this literally happened to me with Everwild. I was told that like Everwild now has a coherent plan going forward, and that like they've finally, they've turned a corner with it. I think I was literally told that about a month or two, few weeks, something like that, before it was cancelled. Um, you know, so it's easy to see how those kind of things can happen. It's always a risk when you put your opinion out there about stuff and end up being wrong, right?
Mm-hmm.
But with regards to Ubisoft, Ubisoft bugs the hell out of me, as you guys
Oh,
know.
we all know. We all know Ubisoft's your favorite publisher.
Yeah, but at the same time, they have made some really fantastic games. Fantastic games I really like. I like what Assassin's Creed is. I haven't felt like I just got overwhelmed with how many games felt like Assassin's Creed that they were shipping. I just kind of got bored of the formula. But I do appreciate Assassin's Creed as a franchise and a legacy, and I still think it's quite cool. It's quite a cool and impressive game for what it is. I just kind of like it. Just never felt the same after the Ezio trilogy, I guess. And then they started peeling back like they started like I don't know, maybe getting a bit greedy and being like, oh, actually, we're a fantasy game now, and here's the monsters and the mythical stuff, and I don't know. It just kind of lost me over time. But I really like the Division, and the lead developer of that was hyping up the Division 3 a week before he left the studio. So it's like Jesus, but like if I'm in a Ubisoft employee and if I'm in a position to go to another studio, why wouldn't you do that right now? Like Ubisoft is a publisher in absolute crisis. Absolute, just how would you even describe what's going on at Ubisoft? It's like an omni crisis. If we're gonna make up a word for it, Ubisoft is an omni crisis right now. Every single aspect of Ubisoft's reputation, their ability to deliver games is just it's folded in on itself, and you can only blame the CEO and for just refusing to relinquish control, I guess. I suppose one of the big issues with Ubisoft is I suppose it just became maybe just too bloated. They grew beyond any semblance of efficiency, and there were too many layers of bureaucracy and that kind of thing. I see corporate inertia all the time at work, and it's a real thing. It's a real thing that can just mess up a company and stop innovation and put the brakes on important projects, right? Like Fred420 in chat says, Star Wars Outlaws is a fantastic game now after the patches. Like, I really, really wanted Star Wars Outlaws to be good, and then I went into it. I'm a Star Wars fan. I really came into it with an open mind,
Mm-hmm.
and it was just punishingly mid. And there's no room in today's ecosystem for mid. There's so many games to play that we're sort of beyond this universe where AA is good enough, and like maybe AA is good enough in extreme circumstances where maybe nostalgia plays a role, or it's a niche genre that doesn't get served very well. Like for example, Expedition 33. Expedition 33 has a lot of rough edges. I don't think anyone would deny that. You know, whether it's the side missions, whether it's some of the janky facial or, you know, animations, stuff like that. But you forgive all that shit because A, indie dev, B, first their debut game, and C, we don't really get games like that on that level. So you forgive all that shit. You've had a million Ubisoft games. We've had millions of these games where it's collectathons, open world, all that kind of stuff. So they can't really get away with any of that stuff anymore. Everything's got to be on another level. And I think they've probably identified that, which is why they've delayed everything, cancelled some projects, merged some studios, or doing whatever they're doing. Because they probably realize now, like, if we want to continue making these kind of games, they've got to really be incredible. They can't just be another Assassin's Creed. It's got to be like, these games have to be truly incredible. You know, so you know what, Rand?
What?
I would buy the dip.
Yeah.
I believe Tom Henderson. I think Ubisoft one day. I'm gonna be optimistic, bro.
Yeah,
I think Ubisoft one day.
It can't be worse than it is, right? Is that what you're saying? So it's the only way is up.
The only way. Yeah, buy the dip.
So when's the Splinter Cell remake coming out? 2029 at this point? Like, what is going?
Yeah.
I'm shocked that Beyond Good and Evil 2 wasn't canceled. I'm shocked that game wasn't canceled.
I'm shocked too. Like I do have some Ubisoft sources, and not as good as Tom, but I did ask around about Splinter Cell because I was like, I wanted it to be cancelled so I could be like, ha, Rand, you lost your game. Nah, I'm not that much of a dick. But I was asking about Splinter Cell because it was like honestly one of the only games that I'm interested in. You know, basically Division 3 and Splinter Cell, and yeah, Splinter Cell has not been cancelled. But Beyond Good and Evil surviving, like, that is the weirdest one for me. And do you think that might be an indictment of their, I don't know, their managerial prowess? Because I don't think anyone gives a shit about Beyond Good and Evil, dude.
I mean, at this point, yeah, people haven't really given a shit about. There's been one game, and the one game was great, but I mean, I can't imagine. Yeah, people really don't care.
Isn't it as big as Prince of Persia? Like, I would have thought you'd kill Beyond Good and Evil and say Prince of Persia.
The Prince of Persia is still part of one of the creative houses, but then it's like you just canceled Sands of Time remake or the remaster, or whatever the hell it was supposed to be. It's that. I don't know. I don't know what's like. I understand, like, hey, we're gonna focus on Assassin's Creed and Rainbow, and although it's like, does anybody want this like tactical Rainbow Six game that's supposed to come out? This turn-based Rainbow Six game, like, is that something that people have been asking for? Because supposedly that's a game they're making, some turn-based Rainbow Six game. I don't know. That seems
nobody
like XCOM.
wants that.
It's like, does anybody really want that?
Nobody wants that.
You know, Far Cry. It's been a while since Far Cry 6, and you know, I'm sure there's a lot of pent up demand for Far Cry 7 whenever that would come out. But it just seems like Ubisoft's just making one mistake after another. Considering at one point they were like the freshest publisher making the coolest new IPs in gaming back during like the 360 gen. And
the technology as well. The technology was so advanced, like the Snowdrop engine and
yeah.
Their ability to make these huge open worlds that not only looked great but streamed really well. And I know they drop the ball sometimes on technological stuff, like Assassin's Creed Unity, for example. You gotta remember, like, they pioneered a lot of the shit that we take for granted now. Like, even like stuff like the parkour system, like the dynamic, you know, it's impressive to think about it this way. Just the dynamic moving around in parkour with the hand placements and the feet placements, all that kind of stuff. You don't really see other games do that, generally speaking. You just got like a doll that sort of awkwardly trudges around a map. Whereas like Assassin's Creed, not only was that they made a game that traversed realistically on flat land, but also vertically as well. Like all this technological prowess they used to have. Just crazy how it's all imploded. And what's worse for me, Ran, the people responsible for it are still there. And that's the management.
Yeah.
All those, like, the CEO and his family, like, they're all still there. And it's like, what the hell?
Yeah,
Like,
I don't know.
failing upwards, bro. Like, the whole problem with modern society, really. The people responsible for causing all this shit never seem to get punished.
Yeah. Well, anyways.
And if they do get punished, they sail off into the sunset with their millions and just chill on their yacht, man.
I am kind of getting pretty hungry. But we so we're gonna start the Patreon questions here because we're almost already 4 hours in, so this is gonna be a long episode. So thanks for joining us, guys. Make sure you hit the like button or subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Check out our sponsor for this episode, Surfshark, where you can get use code XB2 or links in the description. Surfshark.net/XB2 for like 86% off 2 years. It's a great deal. Protect yourself on the internet. And always consider joining our Patreon, patreon.com/XB2, where you can ask us some questions we always answer at the end of the show. So we're going to do that right now, shall we, Jez?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. So let's see here. We have C. Woody, who says, "Good afternoon, fellas. Rand, all the love to you and your family. Thank you. My question is for Jez in regards to the future Xbox app experience. Do you think they plan on overhauling how TV apps integrate with the interface? I'd still like to use my next Xbox as my primary TV hub, but right now most Windows apps like YouTube TV do not support controller navigation. In my opinion, that will make no small impact as how much this will still feel as a console."
Say that again.
He wants to know if there's any plan on overhauling how TV apps integrate with the interface.
Oh. Well, I wouldn't expect any significant work to be done on the Xbox Series X, Series S, and the Xbox One interface. All the investments going towards next gen. Now, next gen is based on Windows, and the next gen experience is basically the full screen experience that you get on the Xbox Ally, and that is like woefully bad when it comes to apps and things like that right now. You can't pin any apps. There's like a very limited selection of default apps, and it's stuff like Battle.net, Steam, Microsoft Edge. You can't control what apps are there. Like, I've already had the question. It's like, how do I add Netflix to this, my apps list? And you just can't right now. It's really lame. So, but the thing is, they've got 2 years of development. That whole thing should really have a beta tag on it, because you're going to need a ton of extra work to get to that level. But if you want to imagine how it will feel like, you can sort of like, you can load up Netflix on Xbox Ally or PC with a full screen experience attached to it, and then, you know, you'll be able to multitask through that kind of thing. Because it'll be a more Windows-based ecosystem, in theory, we will get to a point where we have picture-in-picture back, because it's literally just a window. And I presume like they are looking at doing those kind of things with the full screen experience, because I think multitasking has to be a feature of next-gen systems, both PlayStation and Xbox. I think Gen Z just can't do anything without, you know, doing multiple things at once. And I say this like derogatorily towards Gen Z, but I'm literally sitting here doing the same fucking thing, like podcasting while playing Fallout 76. And also I've got like multiple chat windows open at the same time, and also like people are sending me work messages. I think it's just the way people behave now. They just want multitasking. So I think Microsoft will rethink some of that stuff for the next gen platform. And maybe we'll start seeing some of those kind of features hit the Xbox Insider builds soon. But if you want to know what the next gen Xbox is going to look like, you should pay attention to the development of the Xbox Ally and its interface, because that is literally the next gen Xbox.
All right. So we have Sick and Tired says, "Hey guys, hope Rand is doing okay." I am. Thank you. And as Jez is living the high life on that Windows Central money, I'm sure he is. Seeing Microsoft just go all out third party, it got me thinking. The CMA and FTC gave Microsoft a hard time over ABK, which to some degree is why they are doing what they are now. So the CMA said the action they were taking was to make sure there was competition in the high-end console market, yet the end result of their action in partnership with Sony is a total destruction of any competition in the console market. The smaller party was stopped from competing and walked away to leave the dominant player with the market all to themselves. They never understood the market and played a role in what we have now. Thoughts? I mean, yeah, people have said that for a while now, that the CMA and the FTC didn't, especially the FTC, like, they were more concerned about Sony and their bottom line and everything than anything else. Like, it was almost like, what do we say it was, Jez? That they just saw Microsoft and immediately wanted to block it because it was Microsoft, right?
Yeah.
This gigantic corporation, and not like Xbox and what their position in the market was at the time.
Ideological. I mean, that was always my issue with it, you know, and people have criticized me, like other journalists or whatever have criticized me for cheering that deal on. But it's also like, it was good for the industry. I genuinely believe that.
Well,
I think if Sony hadn't, without this, Xbox would have died, and then you'd have Sony with no counterbalance, really, except for Steam, and then you end up with kind of like a duopoly in a sense. I think like having a multipolar ecosystem is healthy, and I think without, you know, multiple entities pushing forward, then you end up in a situation where there isn't any competition, and then you end up with the American ISP industry. So, but I also, at the same time, I just want to cap this off. I also see where they're coming from, because, you know, you don't want any single company being so powerful that they can sort of. They wanted to avoid another Google situation. We're seeing this play out with AI right now. Google controls the whole stack of AI. Google is like, they've got YouTube, they control the whole internet, and they also own the entire stack for AI as well. They make their own chips for servers, and they basically, what they're doing right now, YouTube, which they'll get away with under the current regulatory regime. Like, there's so much chaos right now. I really think, like, in an alternative universe, regulators will be looking at this. I mean, Google's sending its search traffic to YouTube. You know, it's basically, they are adding their own bottom line. So Google is increasingly becoming a YouTube search engine, and they've to benefit themselves and drive more people to, because they have exclusive access to the artificial intelligence stuff from YouTube to train their models, and they're sending search traffic to YouTube and basically forcing creators to go to YouTube if they want to make any money, to help them build their AI. And that's kind of like the definition of anti-competitive landscape, right? So I kind of see why, like, the FTC wanted to avoid a similar situation potentially with Xbox Microsoft having too much control over multiple industries, but they never presented that as a strong argument. They were just like, oh, if they've got too much, then it's bad. But I don't think gaming doesn't feed into everything the same way that Google's monopoly feeds into everything. You know, Windows has always been open. Android isn't. Gaming doesn't actually exactly help Microsoft's server dominance at all. And Microsoft's locked out of iOS and Android forever. So it really was like ideological Microsoft bad, but I don't know. I just wanted to complete my point on that before someone took it out of context.
I also kind of want to just mention that I don't think them blocking the deals or making it difficult had anything to do with them going multi-platform. I think them going multi-platform is predicated on them spending all that money. So, like, what I'm saying is, if like those deals never got blocked, and let's say it was completed super fast, I still think they end up going multi-platform. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think it was predicated on like the FTC blocking the deal and dragging it out till what was essentially a year and a half. It was like they announced they were going to acquire them in January 2022, and they didn't close until October of 2023. So, like,
nah, you're right, but I think it's beyond that. I really do think that even without the deal, they would have eventually gone multi-platform because they look at user behavior more than any of that shit. They look at user behavior and trends, and they try and predict where things are going, and things have gone in that direction. Like Roblox, they look at Roblox and Fortnite so much to inform themselves about where they should be developing their platform. And Roblox is ubiquitous, Fortnite is ubiquitous, and I think we as core gamers who couldn't give a flying fuck about Roblox, we really underestimate how much that's driving thinking right now across the whole landscape for gaming. You know, if you really are interested in the industry and where it's going, you've really got to look into Roblox economics and user behavior around that platform to get an idea of like why platform holders are so spooked about all that shit right now. And why Ubisoft's struggling, why EA sold off, you know, why Activision sold off. It's all because of looking at that kind of shit, you know. But
Let's see. We have Sierra 11
people don't
Kevin says, "Hey, Rand and Jez, as always, appreciate you both. As soon as Double Fine started showing their new game, I was immediately curious as I love Keeper. So I'm looking forward to trying Kiln when it releases. But what I started thinking about was how many Microsoft studios have multiple games in development. Playground, Double Fine, heck, Obsidian released 3 games last year. Is this a change in the approach at Microsoft? Have multiple games in development at the same time with how long they take? Or is this all still possibly the back end of COVID and just timing, they're all bunched up? Well, I mean, Fable was supposed to release last year, right?
What?
So Fable was supposed to be last year and Forza was supposed to, this year. So they would have been split up. I mean, Avowed was supposed to release in 2024 and they pushed it to 2025. So that's why they had 3 games, so some of that's just like dev stuff. I don't know. Do you think any of it has anything to do with the back end of COVID? I don't think at this point in time anything has to do with it. I think it's just like,
no, it's most of it's developer culture. So I've heard that, I think I put this in my article, but I've heard that like Obsidian again has multiple projects in development, some of them small, some of them big. I think that's their culture. Is just they just want to pump games out, and they've got an audience, they've got a fan base. You have to remember that developers have their own fan bases sometimes, and even if like the Outer Worlds doesn't blow up, the Outer Worlds 2 doesn't blow up like crazy, they have like a fan base of people who will show up for them no matter what. Double Fine does as well, and that's why I think like the initiative was basically selected for culling, because they had no legacy to monetize. They were like, they had no fan base. They had no back catalog of games to sell. They didn't have people who showed up for them, because they were a new studio. That's why it's so hard for new studios to get off the ground. So I don't necessarily think it's a mandate or anything like that. I don't necessarily think it's COVID. I think it's just incidental based on this is what their developer culture is. And I think Obsidian will keep doing their thing, and maybe one day they'll be like, okay, actually, we want to come together and make a really big project now. Maybe they'll do that, and I think it's cool that Microsoft give the studios the freedom to be able to do that. And I don't think Microsoft gets enough credit for it. A lot of the discourse around Microsoft, is earned. Of course, it is. They lay people off. They're destroying jobs with AI and all that kind of thing. They earn all the flack that's sent their way. But I also think Microsoft, Xbox game studios especially, I don't think they get enough credit from the same people who criticize them about how much freedom they are giving to some of their studios. They could have turned Obsidian into the Fallout the dev factory, but they didn't. And I think other publishers would have done that. I really do. So.
Okay. So we got Chimera Chasm says, "Hey Rand, very sorry for your loss. Hope you're doing okay. I wish you all the best. Thank you. I'm doing perfectly okay. My question is, do you think there's any chance the new Fable has dogs in it, like the dog companion you had back in Fable 2 and 3? Also, do you think co-op may come back as a feature as well? Take care." Well, I think they already answered that question in an interview. He cut the dog, so apparently no dogs in the game, which is it's disappointing. I would like to have my dog with me. Co-op?
DLC, man. DLC.
Co-op? I think if it had co-op, they'd probably say so. So I'm going to go with no. That'd be something they could bring for like a hook for a sequel, if they ever do a sequel.
Yeah, dog and multiplayer is, good features for a sequel, man.
Yeah. Governor Grimm says, sorry for your loss, Rand. Hope you and your family can find some peace and solace. Thank you. Jez, sorry to hear about the Windows Central woes. For my question, my understanding is that the reason why there are so few wireless third-party devices on Xbox is the proprietary wireless standard they're using. As they're becoming more open, will future Xbox devices, like consoles, controllers, headsets, abandon this protocol, and what standard will they adopt? Also, as an aside, I've seen people insinuate that Playground caved and added character selection after fans complained about the MC being a woman. That doesn't make sense to me, as changing something that integral to the game would require a lot of work. So did Playground have that in mind from the beginning, or was that a recent change? Thanks again, all the best, guys. I don't think it was a recent change, because if you paid attention to Playground games, like I said, they added the head stuff in Forza Horizon 4, I want to say. I forget which Forza. It was always clear as day to me that you were going to be able to select what gender you wanted and like a selection of like heads to choose from, and then you'd be able to customize the costumes and stuff. I don't think there was any chance at all that it was just going to be, here's this one girl and that's the only thing you can play as. So that's what I'm sticking to, because it makes the most sense to me, and I think that's pretty close to the truth, right, Jez?
Yeah, that's exactly the truth, bro.
Yeah. As far as the wireless third-party protocols, what's happening on that end, Jez? What do you think?
The next Xbox is PC.
So
do
you think they'll get rid of them then?
I mean, they won't get rid of them, but you'll be able to just use any PC peripheral. So
okay.
If a company wants to make, I don't know.
So like you say like the A50s or the older A50s had like an Xbox Switch and a PC Switch, where if you plugged it in the Xbox, you have it on the Xbox side. And maybe they got away with it now. They've done away with that now, maybe. But you're saying essentially, if you plugged that in to this new Xbox, you wouldn't have to switch it to Xbox or PC. It just wouldn't. You could have it to PC because it was
use the PC, but yeah, you could use just the PC thing. I mean, the proprietary security chip, I think, will be present, because I don't think Xbox is. It's going to be cross-gen for at least 5 years. So like, developers will want to just keep making Xbox headsets for those users as long as they exist. So I don't think it's not going to go away overnight. But I think for the next Xbox moving forward, it'll just be PC. You'll buy PC headsets for your console. I imagine the next Xbox will also have Bluetooth. So you pay your AirPods with it, man. I mean, it's going to be open as open can possibly be, because Microsoft believes, rightly or wrongly, that that's what people want. And that's why people are going to PC in the first place, is for that openness and for that freedom to plug in whatever you want into it. You'll be able to plug a printer into the next Xbox. You'll be able to do your homework and your taxes on the next Xbox. You'll be able to run Microsoft Excel, and you'll be able to use Copilot if you want. You'll be able to install Photoshop on the next Xbox. We'll be able to stream the podcast off the next Xbox. It's just a PC. So.
All right, we got Panda Man, who says, "Hey guys, Rand, missed you on the show. Not the same type of show without your insight. The shows became very British. Is this true? The show became very British.
It did become a little bit British, yeah.
Game Pass is starting the year off really hot. Do you think the price increase allowed them to have more funding for third-party games?"
You mean Game Pass price increase?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they did say that they were bringing 75 day one games to Game Pass, right? Or was it like 75. It was like a 50% increase or some shit, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's their justification for it, because they think they're bringing you more value. So you would say, like, yeah, I guess. I mean, they're charging more so they could get more, so they can get more games, or
my copium conspiracy theory is that during that sprint of towards the start of the summer, when they had Doom, Oblivion, Expedition, Blueprints, and other games in a very short, and then Silksong, leading into
Yeah.
Silksong. Like that, they had a sprint of very like 3 or 4 months that were very, very strong and solid. I think they looked at that and was like, the only way we can grow is if we can do this every month or every quarter. And the only way we can do that is to bump the price up. So like, I think they did like basically a math calculation that was like, this is worth doing. Even if we lose some subscribers, the way to make this grow is to find the people who will subscribe even at the higher price point, because that's all they want is the constant new content. So basically, they reposition the whole thing and towards an audience, a market that just wants to have infinite content, basically. Will it work? Remains to be seen, but again, I really think Roblox has informed this model, because what does Roblox offer you? Infinite experiences over and over again. You get bored of capture a brain rot or whatever it's called, and then you move to the next floppy kind of game, right?
Yeah.
So they're basically building their own Roblox using other people's content. Is kind of what Game Pass is, I think.
We got Silos who says, "Welcome back, Rand. Thoughts are with you and your family. Thank you. When you guys are struggling with life, what are your go-to games, food, and for Rand books?" Well, what my books would be whatever I'm currently reading. Like right now, I'm reading 12 Months, which is the new Dresden Files book. I think this is book 18 by Jim Butcher and the Dresden Files. Love it. So whatever book I'm currently reading, I don't really have like a go-to. Wheel of Time is one I've read a whole bunch, but I usually wait years in between stuff like that. Games, I don't really have like a comfort game. Like right now, all I've been playing is Arc Raiders, because that's what my buddies get on every night to play, so we play that. Food, pizza's always my go-to. I love pizza, but I haven't had pizza in a while, so if that's what that's what would be my comfort food. I don't know about you, Jez.
My comfort food is anything carbs with cheese on.
Okay.
You
got a comfort
on
game?
diet.
Is it World of Warcraft?
Comfort game. I don't know, because I only play Warcraft when the season's on. There's no season, then I get really bored of it really easily.
Boredom in World of Warcraft? 100% understand, bro.
Well, if there's no new bosses to kill, no new monsters.
100 boredom in World of Warcraft. I get it. I understand. They're your words, not mine.
Yeah. But like comfort games, I try to look for like these kind of mindless kind of games like Vampire Survivors. I was kind of enjoying Dome Keeper at the moment, which is kind of like similar-ish. There's a lot of like 2D games like that on Xbox Play Anywhere, so I've been going through a lot of them. But no specific comfort game that I come back to all the time. I suppose World of Warcraft is the closest thing to it, but like I say, when it's off season, I don't play it. I don't play it. Like right now.
Lee Sanders, welcome back, Rand. Speculation Station. Do we think Gears gets the after showcase deep dive, or does Fable get it and a further deep dive into that? Please, for the love of God, don't be COD. I agree with your last part. We talked about that in the beginning. I think it's Gears. I think it has to be Gears.
I think it's Gears as well.
100% has to be Gears. But that doesn't mean they, like Jez mentioned earlier, and I saw Mr. Idle Sloth tweeted out about your saying there might be another Dev Direct later this year. So that's already a thing on the internet, Jez, by the way.
That's fine. I just said they were thinking about it.
So I think it's Gears. Goggles Lens. Oh, I got it right the first time. Hello, guys.
Nice.
The Direct was great. The odd one out was Kiln. I'm a big fan of Double Fine, as you both know. I'm reminded of an article talking about how people are a fan of Double Fine as a studio. I don't remember if Phil was the one that said it, but finding what Phil said on the internet is hard with all the grifters trying to get clicks. But him were talking about people being a fan of Double Fine in general and showing up for every one of their games. With the way Double Fine can make basically anything, makes it hard and impossible to like all their games at once. This is definitely me. Even if Kiln is not typically my kind of game, at least for long periods of time, I will buy it even though I have Game Pass. I will probably play it for a while, then put it down. Then pick it back up to play some more, then put it down again. I assume the file size will not be that big, so it'll probably just stay installed. So I will play it from time to time. I will like it for what it is, even if I don't play it all the time. What modes or other types of things do you guys think they can add to Kiln to have either of you two play it? Or is it just multiplayer so you guys will probably not touch it? Even if they add a campaign that would probably be small, most people might not like it, or it might just be online discourse saying they hate it. Also, this is Double Fine's first foray into full-on multiplayer game, if we're not counting Blue Legends multiplayer mode, which you could argue would hinder them in making more games, but I doubt that Kin will have them making more content so much to hinder them. For the last thing, I think Kin being a year after Keeper is a good sign. Hopefully this is the start of a more frequent cadence of games that are on the smaller side from Double Fine. Not every year, but you know what I mean. Do you guys think this means more frequent games from Double Fine overall? Well, Jez, you said that they're working on a bigger project, right?
Yeah, I heard there's a bigger project from them coming. I don't know what it is. You know, it's something new or, you know, a sequel to one of their classic franchises. Double Fine's eclectic. Like, they can seem to be able to turn their hand to a lot of different things.
Yeah.
But what mode could they add that make you play it? I mean,
what make you play it or whatever. And I was just thinking, I'm not saying I won't play it. I might, but I already know just looking at it. I don't think any of my friends want to play it. That's a big kind of negative right there for me. So maybe I play a couple matches and never play it again. Maybe I screw around with making my own pots or something, but it's not a... I mean, I already tell looking at it ain't game for me. And like you said, they probably didn't waste time making a single player thing. What other modes could they pick? It's maybe just one where you just... Who gets the most kills really fast? Instead of being able to, like, you know, fill up your pot and then douse the kiln, right? But
I think they should have made Fall Guys mode where there's like 50 pots trying to rush through an obstacle course or something. Because I think that could have been hilarious. And also it sort of, I don't know if Fall Guys is doing these days, but it was super viral for a little while and did really well. But it's also one of those like incredibly low stakes PvP games or PvP kind of experiences. Maybe they've got a patent on that kind of game. I don't know. I mean, people would have been like, "Oh, it's just a rip off of Fall Guys," but I think like with the pot smashing and crashing, I think that could have been a really interesting way to use that system. You know.
Yeah.
But,
and it's actually going to be less than a year from Keeper because they said spring, and I think spring means like April-ish. Is when I think Kiln will probably come out. Chris M says, "Hey guys, Rand, my condolences to you and your family. I'm very sorry for your loss." Thank you. I'm curious, as you've talked in the past about platform holders getting a percentage of sales, does that include things like microtransactions? Yes, it does. 30%, right, Jez? Pretty sure. 30%. If someone's playing, say, Genshin Impact on Xbox and buys things in the game, does Xbox get a cut of that? Yes, they do. I'm just curious why Xbox doesn't seem to be pushing harder to get more of the free-to-play games on the platform, especially as Arknight's Enfeld already hit 30 million global downloads in the first 2 days. Does it have anything potentially to do with the fact that many of these companies, Hoyo, Kuro, and Hypergraph, are Chinese companies and working with the American platform at the moment is very more difficult? Hope you both had a good, warm weekend, and hey, on the upside, everyone, including Microsoft, looks like an incredible company when you compare them to Ubisoft. That's true.
God.
Yeah, Microsoft gets a cut of everything they sell. Yeah, everything they sell in the store, they get a cut of. Microtransactions, DLC, all that stuff.
Although it's important to note this, if it's sold via Xbox PC, they get a much smaller cut. It's like, off the top of my head, 12%, 13%, something like that. So they get like less than half what they get on the console, because, you know, PC is a more open ecosystem. Also, they're trying to drive adoption with devs. One way you can try and drive adoption with devs is to make it really attractive to build there. That's why the cut's lower. But obviously with the next Xbox, it's being a PC, I would presume that also translates over there as well. You know, and I suppose that's an incentive to try and get developers to make Xbox Play Anywhere or PC versions of the game, because if their Xbox Play Anywhere version is sold on PC, they get that bigger cut of the revenue.
So what about what he said about the free-to-play games, like the Arc Enfold and the Chinese? Is it because they're Chinese? Is there just like, is there some because it took them a long time to get, you know, Genshin Impact on the service and
Yeah, they did.
and all that stuff. So do you think there's something up with that, or is it just they don't really
I
have
think
Xbox in mind when making the games because it's not an important platform to them?
I think that's basically it. It's pure economics, I suppose. It's like Xbox doesn't really have a presence in China whatsoever. It's hard for Microsoft to have a presence in China because of the military contracts that Microsoft has with the US government and other Western nations that China may perceive as adversarial in some cases. So I think that does have an impact on how much they can do in China, just because of that fact that they're, you know, the nature of Microsoft as a United States entity does impact those kind of things. But at the same time, it's like if they had a really big platform, things might be different, right? Microsoft has been working really hard to fix that. To its credit, we have seen, you know, Phil and Sarah were at China Joy, which is like, it's like their version of Gamescom or E3, and they were out there and they were meeting with developers and stuff. I had a meeting with Hoyoverse actually, at Gamescom, and I asked them some of these questions. I was like, how come we've got like some of your games, but not, you know, we've got Zenless Zone Zero and Genshin, but we don't have Honkai Star Rail, and you know, it doesn't seem like this new game that they're making, the Pokemon like, it doesn't seem like that's coming out either for Xbox. And they were just like, I said like it's really up to the devs and the team and like what they want to do. It's like Hoyoverse is not like a single company that mandates that, oh, this has got to be on Xbox version. So Microsoft has to sort of like, it's similar to the issue with Persona and Sega. Like Sega couldn't just force Atlas to make an Xbox version. Microsoft had to build up a relationship with Atlas directly in order to do that because they had like the autonomy to do that. So like I think it is just legwork and Microsoft trying to sell the platform to these companies and being like, hey, you know, we can do this with you guys. We can do like Game Pass integrations and that kind of thing. But I do think the real issue is Microsoft needs more players, more active players, and more players that are willing to try these kind of experiences. Chicken and egg kind of situation, right? Remains to be seen if they'll get there or not.
Let's see what else we have. Good old Conwood says hello, Rand and Jez. Regards to Rand and his family for recent events. Thank you. A couple of book questions for Rand. Oh, okay, all right. Yes, that's what I like to see. Book questions. Do you see that Grand Theft Auto developer Dan Houser has written a sci-fi novel called A Better Paradise? I did not see that. It's about a dystopian world where a rogue AI plays havoc in the real world. Oh, that sounds like real-world events almost. Would you be interested in reading novels written by game developers? Would you put A Better Paradise on your read list? Jez, actually read out this question at that time, but this one was for you. Yeah, my TBR is extensive. So I wouldn't be
TBR?
To be read, bro.
What's that?
To be read. My TBR list.
To be read?
Yeah, my you know, it's like backlog but for books.
Oh.
So no, I don't have any problems putting on like a game like a book from a game developer on my list. It's just a matter of when would I be able to get to it, because there are definitely other books way ahead priority wise. We know you're not reading the Halo books because there's too much lore to catch up on, but would you read Halo Edge of Dawn given that it closes Halo Infinite and may lay some seeds for the next mainline Halo game? I've actually thought about that.
Good question.
I actually thought about that. It's like, could that be an entry point for me to get into to find out kind of what happens directly after Halo Infinite and then get to the next thing? And then I realized I don't really fucking care. And I could just find like if I wanted to, I could just probably find a post somewhere about what happens rather than like read the book. You know what I mean? Like if 343 or Halo Studios don't give a shit, why should I? You know what I mean? I mean, I could, but like I said, I got so many books, and I'm not really against reading the Halo books. I mean, I probably would. I would have to start at the beginning. It's just a matter of there's so many of them, and I have so many other books to read in front of it. It's like, I don't know when I would be able to get to it. Shay Elephant says, "Hey, Rand, condolences and hope you're okay." I am. Thank you. It's good to hear your voices. We definitely missed you for the last few weeks. Guys, my question is, as we've seen the Gundam appearance at the end of Forza Horizon 6 trailer, I'm assuming Gundam will be involved in a race somehow. And in your opinion, what other brands Xbox could do a collab with in Forza Horizon 6? I'm surprised Transformers haven't been there yet. There's a part of me that thinks, Jez, like those showcase races, as they're called in Fable and Forza, right? You know, Gundam. There's a part of me that thinks a lot of those showcase races are going to be Japanese inspired. What do you think?
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, there's so much that can do there.
Yeah.
Anime, mecha stuff. There's just so much. You know, you could do like, man, you could do a Cyberpunk Edge Runners thing, which crosses both West and Japanese.
Well, it also,
in one
I'm
fell
also
swoop.
trying to imagine like the showcase race against the Gundam. Like, why wouldn't the Gundam just win? Because it could just fly to where the end of the race, right? Like, how would
Maybe
it
it's toying with you,
is
man.
it gonna walk and run across the ground or whatever? It's still a cool thing. When I saw it, I was like, damn. But Transformers, I mean, yeah, Transformers would definitely be cool for sure. I mean, it fits everything, right? You'd be going against. Oh, imagine racing, and there's Bumblebee, and there's Optimus Prime and Hot Rod, and oh shit, there's God, where's what's the evil jet's name? Not Megatron, but
Starscream?
Starscream, yeah. Like, oh, you're racing against Starscream.
That'd be sick.
That'd be cool.
I really like Astro Train as a kid, bro.
We got Pat
You
Rock.
could transform into a space shuttle and a train.
He says, with the controversy about Fable and your character not being able to change depending on being good and evil or evil, do you think this is something they can do post-launch, or something they've even considered? It's not that big of a deal to me, but I do think it would be cool. I mean, I think they pretty much planted their flag on it, and they're saying this, for our version of Fable, this is not a thing. Like, the morality is subjective. You'll be viewed good and evil based on how you treat people or different groups of people, not just like an overwhelming, like, I got horns coming out your head. So no, I don't think it's something they're gonna do post-launch. I think it's.
I imagine modders will have something
Yeah.
to say about that, though.
Sure, absolutely. Glenn says, I like to discuss some de facto Xbox exclusives. Games like Ghost Lord, Dome Keeper, Clover Pit, Loop Hero, Deep Rock Galactic, Survivor, Wild Frost, etc. I love these types of games, and they make me glad to own my Series X. What's up with these games and others being on Xbox but not on PlayStation? I'd be interested in your opinions about how things shake out this way, despite the significantly larger install base on PS5. Is someone at Xbox picking these games out and urging devs to make ports, perhaps by offering Game Pass deals? Or do some devs find it easier to port to Xbox? This would extend Valheim's timed exclusivity despite not being on Game Pass. All the best, Glenn.
They pay for it, is the answer. There's a content fund, which is partially what Game Pass is designed to do. But even in situations where games don't come to Game Pass, Microsoft will pay for games to come to Xbox. Even sometimes not even a timed exclusivity kind of capacity. Sometimes the dev will be like, look, the only way we can get this on Xbox is if you give us some investment, you know, and that'll be how the game ends up on Xbox. And I'm sure it happens vice versa as well, you know. And it'll probably happen more than ever, like, as the amount of money available and the amount of audience available for on a per game basis is stressed because of games like Fortnite and Roblox. The amount of we've seen like a dilution of the audience, a really aggressive dilution. And you know, I don't want to go too hard on a tangent here, but the reason Google really likes YouTube is because they basically control every aspect of the creator's life, you know, and their income there. It's their rules, it's their platform, their ads, you know, it's everything about it. But back in the day when it was like, you know, Google ads, there was no YouTube, and Google just sort of had to rely on, you know, independent blogs like my own. Google eventually was like, how can we have even more control here? because we can't like dictate to these blogs. So they made YouTube, or they purchased YouTube, and then like they get the control. Now they've got the control over the whole stack, right? But now they're like, oh, actually, how can we pay YouTubers less? We'll make YouTube Shorts. Because TikTok is basically like the YouTube model, but paying creators even less, which is kind of what YouTube Shorts is. Now, translate that to a gaming context. That's what Roblox is. Roblox is like, how can we pay developers even less? We'll have the children make the games, and we'll pay them next to nothing for their privilege. That's basically Roblox's business model. So, you know, like, this is what Microsoft, Sony, and Ubisoft, you know, they're all trying to navigate this upheaval of the ecosystem where, you know, there's less people playing. There's less concentration of the audience. The audience is spread out across all kinds of games and platforms, and you know, slop and you know, not slop. The publishing tools and the platforms are much more easy to access than that ever have been. Before you had to like beg Sony and Microsoft to become, you know, published on their platform or go through a publisher. Now you can just publish whatever you want, whenever you want, wherever you want, 24/7. So when a game does become really good, or a game does look really good, Microsoft will, you know, they'll pay up for it. Sony will as well. Because having the good content is getting more difficult for developers to actually fund some of that stuff, because they know that the addressable audience has shrunk. It's weird, man. It's a weird economy.
All right, let me just check to see if there's any more. Let me just check.
You got some. You might have some super chats you missed as well.
We got S. Kramer writes, "Thank you for coming back, Rand. Jez locked us in a room and forced us to watch him play World of Warcraft. It was traumatic. Well, I'm here to save you from Jez and World of Warcraft, so yeah. I'm back. And but yeah, I pretty much have to go to the bathroom, and I'm super hungry, and the show's like 4.5 hours or over 4.5 hours. So, but yeah, thank you everybody for hanging out with us. Thank you for all the well wishes and all the messages that you know we've sent over the last couple weeks. It means a lot. I'm sure Jez is happy, no longer has to host the show, and that I'm here, so he doesn't have to hear just himself talking the entire time.
Read that.
If you want to check out our patreon.com/XB2, you get some exclusive things like, you know, helps support us directly. And if you want to also support us, you can check out our sponsor for this episode, Surfshark. Links in the description. Surfshark.net/XB2. Get 86% off. 2-year deal. Protect yourself on the internet. All that good stuff. Like and subscribe. Thank you for hanging out with us. Hope everybody has a great weekend. Keep warm because it is pretty cold. It's pretty cold right now. The heat's constantly going, but I can feel like the cold air coming in from the side. So it's like, oh yeah, it's freezing cold out there. And we will be back next week, seeing what's going on then. I'm sure something will happen, as it usually does.
Sure will.
But thank you guys, and we will see you then. Later.
Take care, people.
Keep it gaming.
Bye.
Hey, I thought you were going to say what I said. I always say keep it gaming.
Oh, no, you can say it. That's your thing.
Keep it gaming. Goodbye.
Bye.